Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories. And tonight's story, the emergency alert on my phone told me not to look outside, is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The first alert came through at 9:46 p.m. while I was standing barefoot in my kitchen with one hand inside a bag of shredded mozzarella and the other holding my phone over the sink because I'd almost dropped it into a bowl of thawing chicken. It made the emergency alert sound, the real one, the one that doesn't care if your volume is off. A hard, ugly blast that came from every device in the apartment at once. My phone screamed. My roommate's phone screamed from the couch. The cheap tablet we used for recipes lit up beside the toaster and screamed too, its cracked screen glowing blue-white against the dark window above the counter. For half a second, I thought tornado. Then I read the words, "Emergency alert shelter in place. Do not look outside. Stay away from windows. Lock doors. Await further instructions." There was no county name, no reason, no weather service tag. No, this is a test, just that. Do not look outside. My name is Erin Keller. I'm 29, and at the time I lived on the second floor of an old brick fourplex in Madison, Wisconsin, on Jennifer Street, close enough to Lake Monona that damp air found its way into everything. In winter, the radiators hissed like someone whispering through their teeth, and in summer, the whole building smelled like wet leaves, bike chain grease, and whatever our downstairs neighbor burned in his skillet. That night, it was late September, cool enough that we'd cracked a couple windows earlier, but not cold enough to turn on heat. I was making chicken parmesan badly. That was the plan, anyway. Dinner at 10, because I had forgotten to eat after work, because my life had lately become a series of small, avoidable failures that I tried to fix with melted cheese. I worked remote support for a medical billing company, which meant I spent all day explaining broken portals to nurses who had already had enough of everybody. By the end of my shift, human voices felt like gravel in my ears. My private shame, if you want the honest version, was that I had become afraid of unexpected noise. Not dramatic afraid, not hiding under a table afraid, just jumpy in a way I kept trying to disguise. A dropped pan, a car backfiring on Williamson Street, the building buzzer going off when I wasn't expecting anyone. It all put my body ahead of my brain. I'd laugh too fast afterward, make some stupid joke, pretend I hadn't grabbed the counter hard enough to hurt my fingers. The alert pinned me there with cheese dust on my wrist. From the living room, Mara said, "What the hell was that?" Mara Ellis, 28, female, was my roommate, and by then, my closest friend in the city. She worked evenings at a veterinary clinic near Atwood Avenue and came home smelling faintly of disinfectant, dog shampoo, and the peppermint gum she chewed when she was trying not to cry after a bad shift. She had grown up in Eau Claire, had practical hands, and carried herself like someone who expected problems to be solved by moving toward them. If something broke, Mara got a screwdriver. If someone knocked at midnight, Mara checked the peephole before I'd even sat up. That was one of the reasons living with her helped. It was also one of the reasons that alert was a problem. She appeared in the kitchen doorway wearing gray sweatpants, a black clinic hoodie, and one sock. Her brown hair was still damp from a shower and stuck to her cheek in a thin curve. Her phone was in her hand, the alert still bright on screen. "Did yours say not to look outside?" she asked. I nodded. She gave a short laugh, but it didn't land. "That's not a thing. I don't think emergency alerts do jokes." "No, I mean," she glanced toward the living room windows. The blinds were down, but not closed all the way, cheap white slats bent from years of being yanked wrong. "They don't say stuff like that. They say flash flood, amber alert, active shooter, chemical spill." The kitchen smelled like garlic powder and raw chicken. Outside, a car rolled past slowly enough that its tires made that damp paper sound on the street. Then it was gone. Mara looked back at her phone. Maybe somebody hacked it. Can they do that? I don't know. Can't people hack everything? The tablet on the counter buzzed again, but this time it was only a notification from the recipe site asking if we wanted to rate easy weeknight chicken parm. The sound made me twitch anyway. Mara noticed. She always noticed. "You okay?" she asked, softer. "Yeah," I said, too fast. "Just surprised. You've got mozzarella on your arm." I looked down. There was a pale streak stuck near my elbow. For about 3 seconds, the whole thing almost became funny. Mara leaned past me, grabbed a paper towel, and wiped it off like she was cleaning a spaniel's ear. The radiator pipes clicked in the wall. Somewhere downstairs, Mr. Adler coughed, a rough old man cough that traveled through the floorboards. Then every phone in the building went off again. Not just ours. The alert tone punched through the ceiling, the floor, the walls. It came muffled from the apartment below us and thin from upstairs. 3 or 4 devices shrieking out of sync, a chorus of panic flattened by drywall. The tablet flashed. Mara's phone jumped in her palm. Mine vibrated against my fingers. "Emergency alert update shelter in place. Do not look outside. Do not record through windows. Remain quiet if safe to do so. Lock doors." The apartment seemed to shrink around the words. Mara stopped wiping my arm. "Remain quiet," I said. She didn't answer. Our living room window faced the street. The kitchen window faced the narrow driveway between our building and the next one over, where trash bins lined the wall and raccoons sometimes knocked lids crooked. Earlier, while chopping garlic, I had stood at that window and watched a guy in a red rain jacket walk a golden retriever under the streetlights. Normal things. Wet pavement. Bike racks. A delivery van double parked with its hazards blinking. Now the window above the sink looked like a black square with a faint reflection of my own face hovering in it. I stepped sideways, away from it. Mara saw me move and did the same. "Okay," she said, slipping into that clinic voice she used with scared pet owners. "We lock up, close the blinds, check local news." Yeah, neither of us moved for another beat. Then both of us moved at once. I went to the back door, the one off the kitchen that opened onto the shared wooden stairwell. The deadbolt had always been sticky. You had to lift the knob while turning it, or it wouldn't catch. My fingers felt clumsy. The bolt slid into place with a metal thunk that sounded much too loud. Mara crossed the living room, staying low for no good reason. She twisted the front door lock, then leaned to check the chain. Our apartment had 2 windows facing Jennifer Street, both with blinds and thin curtains that did more to soften light than block sight. She pulled the curtains shut first, then turned the blind rods until the slats overlapped. "Don't look," she said. "I'm not. I wasn't saying you were. I know." The words came clipped. Ordinary roommate irritation, except underneath it was something else. A carefulness. Like if we spoke too sharply, the apartment might answer. My phone buzzed again, but this time it was a call. Mom. The contact photo was from 3 Thanksgivings ago. My mother, in a red sweater, holding a pie she had absolutely bought from a bakery and pretended to make. She lived in Middleton, maybe 20 minutes away on a normal night. I answered before thinking. "Aaron." Her voice came through high and breathy. "Did you get that message?" Linda Keller, 58, female, was my mother, a former elementary school secretary with a talent for remembering everyone's birthdays and imagining the worst possible outcome in any situation involving her only child. She was from Wisconsin, had lived in the Madison area her whole life, and expressed fear as organization. If she was scared, she made lists. If she was terrified, she called me by my full name. "I got it," I said. "Are you inside?" "Yes, I'm inside." I locked the doors. I closed the shades. In the background, I heard TV voices, then the volume dropping. "They're not saying anything on the news yet. Channel 15 is just weather. Stay away from the windows." "I am. Aaron, what does it mean? Don't look outside." "I don't know. Is Mara there?" "Yeah." Mara glanced over from the curtains and lifted 2 fingers in a quick little wave, even though my mom couldn't see her. "Tell her to stay inside too," Mom said. "She knows." "Don't be sarcastic." "I'm not." "You do that when you're nervous." That irritated me because it was true. From outside, somewhere down the block, a dog began barking. Not wild, not movie hysterical, just a steady, confused bark. One bark every few seconds. Then another dog joined farther away. Then a car alarm chirped once and cut off. Mara froze with one hand still on the blind cord. My mother said, "What was that?" "Dog," I said. "Your dog." "We don't have a dog." "You know what I mean." "Mom, I'm going to check online and call you back." "No, stay on." "I can't check while I don't care. Put me on speaker." I did. Mara had already opened her laptop on the coffee table. The screen lit her face from below as she typed Dane County Emergency Alert, do not look outside, into a search bar. Her jaw was set, lips pressed thin. She hated not knowing things. She hated empty space where instructions should be. "Nothing," she said. "Just old stuff. Tornado sirens. Winter storm. Amber alerts. Check the county emergency management page," I said. "I am." The page loaded slowly. Our Wi-Fi was always bad when it rained, even when it wasn't raining, even when the sky was clear, and the router simply felt neglected. At the bottom of the laptop screen, the little Wi-Fi symbol flickered. Mara clicked refresh. My mother said, "I'm looking at Facebook." "Don't get your emergency information from Facebook," Mara said automatically. "Hello to you too, Mara." "Hi, Linda. Please don't get your emergency information from Facebook." Despite everything, I almost smiled. Then the lights flickered. Not out, just a dip. The kitchen bulb dimmed to orange for a breath and came back. The refrigerator compressor clicked off, then on again. The old building made a settling sound, a wooden creak traveling from somewhere near the roof down through the walls. Mara's laptop lost connection. "Great," she said. My phone showed 2 bars of 5G, then 1, then SOS for half a second before returning to 1 bar. "Maybe the towers are overloaded," I said. "Or they're telling everyone not to stream video through Windows because they don't want the network jammed." That was Mara's gift. She could make the weirdest instruction sound like it had come from a tired public official with a clipboard. Do not look outside because of an active police operation. Do not record because it could reveal positions. Remain quiet because someone dangerous was nearby. All explainable. All worse than tornado. A knock hit the floor below us. 3 hard knocks, not at our door, downstairs. Then a man's voice muffled through the building. "Harold, you get that alert?" That would be our downstairs neighbor, Mr. Adler, answering to the universe in his bathrobe. Harold Adler, 71, male, lived alone in the first floor unit under ours and had been in the building since the 90s. He was retired from the post office, walked with a cane, and treated all building issues as personal insults from modern society. His hearing was bad enough that he watched baseball loud, but good enough that he knew whenever Mara came home after midnight. Mara looked at me. "He's going to open his door," I whispered. "He probably already did." "Harold," another voice called from outside the building, clearer this time. Not downstairs, outside, a woman's voice, close to the front steps. My mother went quiet on the phone. Mara's eyes moved toward the covered window. She didn't turn her head all the way, as if even that might count. "Harold, don't look out there," the woman called. "Harold, get away from the glass." The dog down the block barked again. A door opened below us. The building's front entry door complained on its hinges, a rusty inward squeal we knew too well. Mr. Adler shouted. "What?" Mara whispered. "Oh my God." I crossed to our apartment door and leaned close, not opening it. Through the wood, I could hear movement in the stairwell. Mr. Adler's cane tapped once, twice. The outside woman said something too low to make out. Then Mr. Adler said loudly, "Well, why the hell would they put that in a text?" A pause. The front door slammed shut. The cane tapped back across the entryway. Mara exhaled. My mother said, "Who was that woman?" "I don't know." "Was she police?" "No idea." Mara opened a police scanner app on her phone. It spun, failed, spun again. Everything slow. Another notification appeared on my phone, not an alert this time. A group text from my sister in Milwaukee. "Jess, did you get the creepy alert?" Before I could answer, another text appeared. "Jess, why would it say don't look outside?" Then, "Jess, Aaron." I typed inside. "Blinds closed. You too. Don't mess around." The message hung there with the little sending bar stuck at the top. In the kitchen, the chicken sat in its bowl, pale and slick under the light. Oil warmed forgotten in the pan, giving off a faint, bitter smell. I went over and turned the burner off. The click of the knob felt absurdly domestic. Mara watched me do it. "What?" I said. "You're making sure we don't burn dinner during the mystery emergency." Fire is still bad during mystery emergencies. Fair. A small comm opened, not safety, just task. Doors locked, blinds closed, burner off. Mom on speaker. Phones half working. We stood in the living room with the curtains drawn, listening to the building behave like an old building, and the street behave like it was trying not to be a street. No sirens. That bothered me most. Madison was not a quiet city, not really. Even late, you got scooters, buses breathing at stops, students laughing too loudly, bottles clinking into recycling bins, someone's Subaru coughing itself awake. After that first burst of barking, the block seemed to hold itself still. No sirens coming closer. No helicopter. No official voice on a loudspeaker. Just the radiator clicking, the refrigerator humming, and somewhere outside, very faintly, a repeated electronic chirp. Beep, pause, like a truck backing up, except it didn't move away. Mara mouthed, "Do you hear that?" I nodded. My mother said, What? What do you hear?" "Nothing," I said, which was stupid because she knew me. "Aaron, a beeping outside." "What kind of beeping?" "I don't know." Mara went to the hallway closet and pulled out our emergency stuff, which was really just a flashlight, a half-empty pack of AA batteries, 2 candles, and a first aid kit she had stocked properly, because I once tried to clean a box cutter cut with dish soap. She set everything on the coffee table. "Phones on low power," she said. "Flashlight here, shoes on, shoes. If we have to leave." The alert says shelter in place. I know what it says. We both looked at the windows without meaning to. The blinds were closed. The curtains were drawn. Still, a thin line of light showed near the bottom where the curtain didn't reach the sill. Streetlight color, sodium yellow. It had been there all evening. Then the line changed. Not much. A shadow passed across it from left to right, too slow to be a car, too wide to be a person walking normally. The yellow narrowed, vanished for 1 second, returned. Mara took 1 step back. My mother said, "Talk to me." I couldn't. The beeping stopped. For a moment, the apartment was full of tiny sounds. My phone speaker hissing, Mara's breath catching at the back of her throat, the old wall clock in the kitchen ticking with a cheap plastic tick. Then our building buzzer went off. It was the front entry buzzer, the one connected to the little panel outside by the mailboxes. It made a harsh, flat buzz that rattled from the intercom box mounted beside our apartment door. Once, twice, then it held down. BZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz The first aid kit slid and hit the floor with a plastic clack. The buzzer kept going. BCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCCC My phone finally delivered the text to my sister with a soft whoosh that sounded obscene in the middle of it. Mara looked at me. Her face had gone very still, the way it did when a large dog came into the clinic muzzled and shaking. The intercom box crackled. A voice came through under the buzz. Male, distorted, close to the microphone. Apartment 2, the buzz cut off. My mother whispered through the phone, "Do not answer that." The intercom crackled again. Apartment 2, this is Officer Reyes with Madison Police. We need you to open the interior door, but do not approach the front windows. Mara's eyes narrowed. I whispered, "Police." She held up one finger. The intercom hissed. Apartment 2, the voice repeated. We have an elderly resident downstairs who may need assistance. Open your door and come to the landing. Mr. Adler, of course. That was the shape of the hook. Not curiosity, responsibility. Something you could justify. Mara moved toward the apartment door. I caught her sleeve. No, I whispered. He might have fallen. We don't know that's police. They knew we're apartment 2. On the buzzer panel, they knew Harold is elderly. Anyone in the building knows that. She looked toward the floor as if she could see through it. We heard nothing from downstairs now. No cane, no cough, no TV, no baseball announcer murmuring about pitch counts. The intercom popped again, louder this time. Ma'am, sir, we need you to respond. My mother's voice was small and sharp. Aaron Keller, keep that door locked. Mara pulled her sleeve gently from my fingers. We can ask for a badge number. Through the intercom. Yes. And then what? Google it on one bar. She didn't have an answer. The choice sat between us, ugly and practical. Stay locked inside and maybe leave an old man on the floor below us. Open the door and maybe do exactly what the alert told us not to do. Move closer to whatever was outside, whatever had made every phone in the building scream. Mara reached for the intercom button. I reached for the flashlight. Neither of us looked at the window. And for the first time that night, I understood that not looking outside did not mean outside couldn't find a way in. Mara didn't press the intercom button right away. Her thumb hovered over it, close enough that the cracked plastic plate made a faint tick when her nail brushed the edge. The apartment felt smaller around us now, the door in front of her, the curtained windows behind us, my mother's voice leaking from my phone on the coffee table like someone trapped in a jar. Aaron, Mom said, tell me exactly what's happening. No, I whispered, though I wasn't sure who I meant it for. Mara glanced at me. Her face had gone pale in the washed-out light from the hallway lamp, but her eyes were steady. She was afraid. I could tell from the way she held herself, too still, like movement had become a decision that needed paperwork. She pressed the intercom. Officer Reyes, she said. Static scratched back. The male voice answered after half a second. Yes. Who am I speaking with? Mara Ellis. Apartment 2. What's your badge number? A pause. Not long. Not suspiciously long, if I were being fair. Long enough for someone to look down at a chest or a notepad. Long enough for my brain to crawl into the gap and start arranging furniture. For 721, he said, Ma'am, we need you to open the door to the landing. Do not go near the exterior entrance. Your downstairs neighbor may be experiencing a medical emergency. Maybe, Mara asked. We can hear him calling out. I looked at the floor. Nothing. No cane tapping. No muffled TV. No old man yelling about the Brewers. Just the faint electrical hum from the intercom, and under it, the building's tired pipes clicking in the walls. Mara released the button and looked at me. He said Harold's calling out, she whispered. I don't hear him. You're not hearing through their side. If they're police, why can't they come in? They need someone to buzz them. No, the front door was just open. We heard it. Harold opened it. And maybe it locked behind him. That was possible. Our front entry door did that sometimes if you didn't wedge it. It swung slowly, then latched with a soft metal click that always sounded apologetic. Mom said, call 911. Call them yourself. I grabbed my phone. One bar, I dialed anyway. The call didn't connect at first. It sat there with the timer at 0, a blank little lie. Then it beeped 3 times and displayed call failed. I tried again. Same thing. Mara was already trying on her phone. Mine won't even start. Wi-Fi calling. Wi-Fi's down. The intercom buzzed again. Once. Not held this time. Just one short, deliberate sound. The voice came through without us pressing anything, which I hadn't known it could do. Maybe the system was old. Maybe the button downstairs was stuck. Maybe whoever was at the panel had found some way to keep the line open. Apartment 2, the voice said. We don't have time to verify over this system. If Mr. Adler is unresponsive, minutes matter. That did it. Not for Mara, for me. Because the word minutes took my fear and gave it a stopwatch. When my father died, it had not been dramatic. No final speech. No thunderclap. Just a heart attack in a Menards parking lot outside Sun Prairie. A cart full of mulch and furnace filters beside his truck. And my mother calling me later with a voice so thin it barely sounded human. People had tried. A cashier. A guy with CPR training. Paramedics. But the part that stayed with me was that my dad had been visible from the store doors for several minutes before anyone realized he wasn't just leaning into the cab. Minutes mattered. I hated that they mattered. I hated that whoever was on the intercom knew they mattered. Ask him what Harold's wearing, I whispered. Mara frowned. Ask. She pressed the button. Officer Reyes, can you describe Mr. Adler? Another pause. He's an older white male, the voice said. Gray hair. Robe or housecoat. That was not nothing. But it wasn't much either. Half the block could have described Harold in his blue plaid robe, because he collected his mail in it every morning like shame had been outlawed in 1998. What color robe? Mara asked. Static. Then, blue. Mara looked at me. I hated that too. The concrete problem arrived right then, not as a scream, but as a smell. At first it was faint, buried under garlic and raw chicken, and the sour plastic smell from the first aid kit on the floor. Then the radiator clicked off, the air stilled, and I caught it properly. Smoke, not campfire, not cigarette, bitter and oily like something electrical heating behind a wall. Mara smelled it at the same time. Her eyes moved toward the floor. Do you smell that? She asked. Mom said, What? What do you smell? Smoke, Mara said. My mother made a small sound. I went to the kitchen, staying away from the window without even trying now, and checked the stove. Off, pan cooling, no flame, no smoke curling up from oil. I crouched near the outlet by the toaster and sniffed like an idiot. Nothing. Then the smoke alarm downstairs began to chirp. Not the full alarm yet, just the warning chirp every 30 seconds. The battery complaint sound, except sharper, and coming through the floorboards. Chirp. Mara walked to the hallway and knelt, pressing her palm to the floor. That's from Harold S., she said. Could be a battery. Not with the smell, the intercom crackled. Apartment 2, we are now seeing smoke at the lower entry. We need that door opened, or we need you to evacuate through the rear stairs. Do not look outside. Cover your faces if you exit. The instruction was impossible. Shelter in place. Evacuate. Do not look outside. Open the door. Everything at once. Mara stood and grabbed the flashlight. We have to check on him. I caught her arm again, harder this time. No, we call fire. Your call failed. Try again. The smoke is here now. It's probably downstairs. We stay sealed. Aaron, he's 71 and uses a cane. Then the police or fire department can break the door. If they can get in. If they are there. Mara pulled free, and this time irritation cut through her fear. You think this is someone doing a fake cop voice, while there's also smoke from Harold's apartment. I think something is wrong outside, and whoever is outside wants us to open a door. That's not an answer. It's the only answer we have. No, the only thing we have is a neighbor downstairs who might be on the floor while his apartment fills with smoke. The words hit exactly where they were meant to. My mother said, Mara, honey, you are not trained for this. I know. Then don't. I'm trained enough to know smoke kills before flames do. Mara's clinic voice was gone. Under it was the person I'd seen kneel on tile floors beside panicked animals. The person who didn't like fear, but knew what to do with blood and bite wounds and breathing that sounded wrong. The downstairs alarm chirped again. This time, after the chirp, came something else. A thump, one heavy impact from below. Then a scraping sound, like furniture dragged a few inches. Harold, Mara called before I could stop her. Her voice went into the stairwell through our closed door, thin and exposed. No answer. She went to the closet again and yanked out 2 hoodies, tossing one at me. Put this on. Tie something over your mouth. We are not opening the front door. Not the front, the apartment door. We can go to the landing and listen. The alert said remain quiet. The alert also didn't mention smoke. She had me there. I pulled the hoodie on because refusing would have been childish, and because my body wanted instruction. Sleeves, zipper, shoes, tasks I could do. My hands shook when I tied my sneakers, and the little plastic tips of the laces clicked against the floor. Mara wet 2 dish towels in the sink. She kept her head turned away from the kitchen window, jaw tight, water splashing over her wrists. She handed me one. Not over your nose yet, she said. Only if smoke gets worse. I nodded. The intercom popped again, so loud it made both of us flinch. Do not use the front stairwell if smoke is visible, the voice said. Proceed to rear exit if needed. Mom said, why are they giving instructions through your buzzer and not another alert? That question stayed in the room. Mara looked at me. Good question, I said. Then my phone buzzed with a text from Jess, my sister, finally delivered all at once. Jess. Okay inside, Jess. Milwaukee got it too, Jess. TV says officials aware, but no details, Jess. People posting videos, and they're getting removed. Jess, don't look out your windows, seriously, Jess. Aaron, answer, I typed. Smoke downstairs. Harold may be in trouble. 911 failing. It did not send. Mara saw my screen. Milwaukee got it. Yeah, so it's not just us. That made the room bigger in the worst way. It was one thing for our block to be wrong. Another for the wrongness to stretch across counties, across cell towers and newsrooms and other people's curtains. No storm warning. No sirens. No explanation. The downstairs smoke alarm changed from chirping to a full alarm. 3 shrieks. Pause. 3 shrieks. Pause. It drilled through the floor and into my teeth. Mara opened our apartment door before I could argue again. She opened it only 2 inches, chain still on. The hallway outside was dim, lit by the single bulb above the stairs. Smoke had not reached our landing yet, but the air smelled warmer there, bitterer, with a dusty edge like a toaster burning crumbs. Below us, the alarm screamed again. 3 shrieks. Pause, a man groaned, very faint, from downstairs. Mara's mouth tightened. "Harold," she called. This time there was an answer. Not words, a wet, strained sound, then coughing. Mara closed her eyes for half a second. "Okay," she said, "we're going." "No, we're not. We are." "Mara, listen to me." "No, you listen." She kept her voice low, but it shook. "You freeze when things get loud. You make jokes. You turn burners off. I get it. I'm not judging you. But if we stand here because the noise scares you and he dies 10 feet under us, you're going to hear that sound forever." It was unfair. It was also true enough that I had no defense. The alarm screamed again. I felt my heart answer it, fast and useless. My mother said, "Aaron, don't let pride make this decision either." I stared at the phone on the table. "Mom, take the phone. Stay together. Do not open any exterior doors unless you have no choice. Do you hear me?" Mara and I both looked at each other. Linda Keller, terrified organizer, had made a list. I picked up the phone. Mara unhooked the chain. The hallway air was cooler than the apartment, but tasted wrong. We stepped out, and I closed our door quietly behind us without locking it, because some part of my brain had decided return speed mattered more than burglary. The stairwell in our fourplex was narrow, old varnished wood, with a railing polished smooth by decades of hands. The front stairs went down to the entryway and mailboxes. The rear stairs were through the kitchen side, past a small landing, and the back door that led outside to the shared wooden steps. We chose the interior stairs. That was our first mistake. The smoke thickened halfway down. Not rolling clouds, not movie smoke. A low gray smear against the ceiling, visible only when Mara's flashlight beam caught it. It moved lazily, almost politely, seeping from the crack under Harold's door on the first floor right. His door was closed. The alarm inside his apartment blasted again. 3 shrieks. Pause. Harold coughed behind the door. "Mr. Adler," Mara called. "It's Mara from upstairs. Can you get to the door?" A scrape, a bump. Then Harold's voice, cracked and muffled. Can't see." Mara grabbed the knob. I grabbed her wrist. "Feel the door." She did, palm flat near the top. "Warm," she said, "not hot. Smoke means fire, or something burning. Same category." She crouched and shouted through the lower crack. "Harold, are you on the floor?" A cough. Then, "Chair, where's the fire?" No answer. The intercom upstairs buzzed again, distant now. The sound traveled down the stairwell like an insect trapped in a wall. BZZZZ. BZZZZ. Mara looked up toward our open apartment door. The male voice, faint through distance and static, said something we couldn't make out. Then another voice came from below, outside the front entry. Not through the intercom. A woman. The same woman as before, I thought. "Do not open that exterior door," she shouted. "Stay off the glass." The words echoed in the entryway. Mara whispered, "So there is someone out there. Police." "I don't know." Harold coughed again, and the question lost priority. Mara tried Harold's knob. Locked. "Harold," she shouted, "can you unlock the door?" "No key," he rasped. The smoke alarm shrieked. Mara turned to me. "His spare." "What?" He told me once he keeps a spare key taped behind the mailboxes because he locked himself out last winter. The mailboxes are by the front glass. Our front entry had a window in the door and a narrow side panel beside it. Frosted, old, wavy glass, but still glass. Still outside facing. Still exactly where every instruction told us not to go. Mara swore under her breath. "We need the key," she said. "We can break the door." With what? I looked around. Stair rail, doormat, fire extinguisher. There was a small red fire extinguisher mounted near the bottom of the stairs. I had walked past it for 2 years and never once checked if it was charged. Its inspection tag curled yellow at the corner. I pulled it from the bracket. It was heavier than I expected, cold against my hands. Mara shook her head. "If we smash his door, we might make airflow worse. If we wait, he breathes smoke." She knew that. I could see her calculating. Veterinary clinic triage, applied to an old man behind a door. "Try the key first," she said. "If it's not there, we break." "No, Aaron, the front entry has glass. I'll go low. Eyes down. That's not how looking works. I don't need to look outside. I need to look at the mailboxes." The female voice outside yelled again, farther away now, or turned from the door. "Madison Police," back from the windows. That should have reassured me. It did not, because at almost the same time, the male voice on the intercom upstairs said, clear enough for us to hear now, "Apartment 2, open the front entry door." Mara and I both froze. The outside woman had said not to. The intercom man had said do it. 2 official-sounding voices. Opposite instructions. Smoke under Harold's door. An old man coughing weaker now. Fear had started as noise, but by then it had become something worse. The terror of choosing wrong in public, wrong where someone could die from the shape of your hesitation. Mara's eyes were wet, but her voice was sharp. We split the tasks. "No, you stand here and talk to Harold. Keep him awake. I'll get the key." "No splitting, then come with me. And leave him." Harold made a sound behind the door. A choking cough that ended in a thin whistle. Mara looked at the fire extinguisher in my hands. The alarm screamed. "Harold," I shouted, crouching near the crack. "Stay low, okay? Can you get down from the chair?" "Bad hip," he gasped. "Can you cover your mouth?" "Can't find." More coughing. Mara backed toward the entryway stairs, keeping her face angled down. "Mara," I said. She didn't stop. "Mara, I'm getting the key." The flashlight beam bobbed with her steps. She descended the last few stairs to the small foyer where the mailboxes lined the wall beside the front door. I stayed by Harold's door, fire extinguisher in my hands, wet dish towel hanging around my neck. Every part of me begging to run after her, and every decent part saying stay. From outside, something struck the front door glass. Not a fist, softer, a palm maybe, once, then again. Mara stopped. I could see her from the stairs. She was crouched near the mailboxes, body turned sideways, eyes fixed on the little brass doors. The front door was to her left. Frosted windows showed only blurred color and porch light, no clear shape. Still, when the palm hit it again, she flinched so hard her shoulders struck the wall. A voice outside said, close to the glass, "Do not open. Do you understand me? Do not open." The male voice from the intercom above us crackled again. "Open the front entry door immediately," Harold coughed. Mara reached behind the mailboxes. Her fingers scraped along the wall. "Not here," she said. "What? It's not here." "Check lower." I am. The smoke from Harold's apartment thickened. It began crawling up the stairwell in visible strands now, carrying a chemical stink that coated the back of my tongue. My eyes watered. I pressed the damp towel over my mouth. "Harold," I shouted, voice muffled. "We're getting you out." No answer. "Harold." A weak thump came from inside. Then nothing. "Mara, I found tape," she said. "There's tape, but no key." The front door glass shook again, this time with a hard knock. The woman outside shouted something, but the intercom buzzed over her. A long, angry drone from upstairs. For one impossible second, the whole building seemed to be arguing with itself. Alarm screaming, buzzer droning, outside voice warning, intercom voice ordering, my mother Tinny on speaker from the phone, in my hoodie pocket, saying my name over and over. I lifted the fire extinguisher. Mara looked up the stairs at me. "The key's gone," she said. Harold's smoke alarm shrieked again. I swung the extinguisher at his door just above the knob. The impact slammed up my arms and into my shoulders. The old wood cracked but held. Pain flashed through my right wrist, hot and immediate. I swung again. This time the doorframe split. Smoke pushed out through the wider gap like it had been waiting. Mara ran up the stairs toward me, coughing into her towel. "One more," she said. Hit it together, my extinguisher against the latch, her shoulder below mine, both of us making a stupid animal sound with the effort. The door burst inward. Smoke rolled out at knee-height first, then higher. The alarm inside was unbearable. Harold's living room beyond the door looked wrong in the flashlight beam. Carpet, recliner, side table, magazines, and a trash can near an overloaded power strip giving off a thin orange flicker. Not a wall of fire. A small electrical fire. Small enough to fight. Large enough to kill a sleeping old man. Harold was on the floor beside his recliner in his blue plaid robe, one hand curled under him, face turned toward the carpet. His cane lay across the room. His glasses were missing. Mara went to him. I went to the fire. That sounds braver than it felt. It felt like my body had become a machine operated by someone who hated me. Pull pin. Aim low. Squeeze. The extinguisher coughed white powder in a violent burst. The clouds swallowed the orange flicker, the power strip, the trash can, half the room. I kept squeezing until the handle went soft and nothing came out but a sad hiss. Mara was coughing hard. "Aaron, help me." Harold was heavier than he looked. Dead weight, almost. Not dead. I kept telling myself that. Not dead because he coughed when we dragged him. Not dead because Mara said, "He's breathing." Not dead because I could not handle the other thing yet. We hauled him by his shoulders into the hallway. My wrist screamed every time I pulled. My lungs burned. Mara's eyes streamed tears through the extinguisher dust and smoke. We got him to the base of the stairs. Then the building went dark. Every light cut at once. The stairwell bulb, our apartment light above, the little glow from Harold's living room. Even the intercom hiss died mid-crackle. For half a second, there was only the smoke alarm, still shrieking on battery power, and the sound of all three of us breathing badly. Then emergency light from outside bled through the frosted front glass. Red, blue, red, blue. A police strobe, maybe. Fire, maybe. It painted the entryway in pulses. Mara looked toward it by reflex. I grabbed her face with my good hand and turned it away before she could see through the glass. She slapped my hand down, furious and scared. Outside, someone pulled hard on the front door. The locked latch snapped against the frame. Again. Harder. A man's voice shouted from outside, not distorted now. Open the door, fire department. Behind us, on the stairs above, our apartment door creaked wider. Not from wind, not from settling. A footstep sounded on the second-floor landing. Slow, careful. Someone was inside the building with us. And Harold, barely conscious between us, whispered one word into the smoke. Don't. The footstep above us stopped as soon as Harold whispered, don't. That was the worst part at first. Not the smoke, not the alarm, not the red-blue pulse through the frosted glass. It was that careful pause on the second-floor landing, the tiny adjustment of weight on old wood, like whoever was up there had heard him and understood. Mara froze with one hand under Harold's shoulder. I had my injured wrist pressed against my chest, the empty fire extinguisher lying beside my foot, my throat raw from smoke and extinguisher powder. The stairwell had become a narrow vertical box. Harold's apartment opened behind us on the first floor right, the front entry and glass door 3 steps below, the stairs climbing to our apartment above, and somewhere up there, in the dark, a person who had not announced themselves. Outside, someone yanked the front door again. Fire department, a man shouted. Open up. The frosted glass flashed red, then blue, then red. Mara turned her face away from the light, still obeying the alert even with smoke in her lungs. Aaron, she whispered. We need to move him. Where? Out. We don't know who that is. We can't keep him in smoke. Harold coughed wetly. His robe smelled like old laundry and burned plastic. His skin looked gray in the flashlight beam, and when Mara pressed 2 fingers to his neck, her hand shook. He needs oxygen, she said. The smoke alarm inside his apartment screamed again. 3 shrieks. Pause. 3 shrieks. My mother's voice came from my hoodie pocket, distorted and frantic. Aaron, what happened? Talk to me. I had forgotten she was there. I pulled the phone out. 1 bar. Call still connected somehow, though the screen was dim. Mom, I said, coughing. We got Harold out. There's smoke. Power's gone. Leave the building. There's someone at the front door. Fire, they say fire. Then open it. The footstep above shifted again. Mara heard it too. Her eyes moved up the stairwell, but she kept her head angled down so she wouldn't see the windows in our living room if our apartment door was open. The darkness at the top of the stairs had shape without detail. Our door was open wider than I'd left it, just a black rectangle above the landing. Who's there? Mara called. No answer. Mr. Adler, I whispered, close to Harold's ear. Who's upstairs? Harold's lips moved, but only air came out. Outside, the man shouted again. Move away from the door. We're forcing entry. That made the choice for us, or seemed to. I grabbed Harold under one arm. Mara got the other. We dragged him down the last few steps toward the front entry. Both of us bent low, both careful not to face the frosted glass straight on. The entry was barely 6 feet by 6 feet. Mailboxes on the right wall, front door ahead, staircase behind us. It smelled worse down there, smoke sinking and curling around the baseboards. Harold's slippers scraped on the tile. "Sorry," Mara murmured to him. "I'm sorry, Harold, stay with us." The front door shuddered under a blow from outside. Once, twice. The old frame cracked around the latch. I wanted that door open. I wanted adults with helmets, radios, oxygen, clipboards, anyone whose job title meant I could stop deciding things. The third blow hit. The door popped inward half an inch, still caught by the chain. The chain. I had forgotten the building's front door had a chain because Harold used it sometimes when he checked the mail at night. He must have put it on after the woman warned him. The door strained against it, letting in a wedge of cold air and a slice of the porch beyond. I looked away fast, not fast enough to see nothing. A boot, reflective stripe on pants, the bottom of a dark coat, a gloved hand holding a pry tool. Fire department, probably. Then I saw another hand reach in through the gap, low, feeling for the chain. Bare hand, no glove. The skin was pale under the strobe, fingers dirty at the nails. Mara saw it too. She dragged Harold backward with a grunt. No, the bare hand stretched farther, wrist pressing against the broken wood. "Chain," the outside man shouted. "Unhook the chain." But the bare hand did not move like someone guiding us. It searched. It pinched at air. It scraped along the inside wall. Behind us, from upstairs, a board creaked. We were boxed in. I swung the empty fire extinguisher down at the reaching hand without thinking. It connected with the doorframe more than fingers, a dull metal bang that shot pain through my bad wrist and made me swear hard enough my mother gasped through the phone. The hand vanished. The person outside shouted, not like an injured firefighter, but like a man angry enough to forget his role. "Back," a woman yelled from outside. The same woman as before. "Get back from that door." A real radio crackled out there. Then a pop, not a gunshot. I know everyone says they can tell. I couldn't, not really. It was sharp and small and close, followed by a hiss and the chemical bite of pepper spray or some kind of irritant drifting through the cracked gap. Mara and I pulled Harold away from the door. The first attempt failed right there. We had tried to hand Harold to help, and all we learned was that real help might be outside. But so was someone else close enough to put a bare hand through the broken door. Mara coughed into her towel. "Rear exit." I nodded. The geography of our building mattered then in a way it never had before. Front entry at street level on Jennifer. Interior stairs up the middle. Harold's apartment, first floor right. Another unit, first floor left. Our apartment, second floor right. Apartment 3 across from us on the second floor left. Vacant for 2 months because the landlord was between tenants, which meant he hadn't fixed the bathroom ceiling. At the back of the building, past the kitchens, a narrow shared wooden staircase led down to the driveway and trash bins between our building and the neighboring house. The back door opened outward and stuck in damp weather. If we could get Harold up to our landing and through our kitchen, maybe we could take the rear stairs down without using the front glass. Maybe. We turned him. Every movement cost something. Harold groaned when we shifted his weight. Mara's breathing had gone ragged, and a streak of soot cut across her cheek where she'd wiped her face with the back of her hand. My wrist throbbed in a deep, nauseating pulse. We hauled Harold up the stairs one step at a time. "Push with your legs," Mara said, like we were at the clinic lifting a sedated mastiff. "I am. You're pulling with your wrist. I'm pulling with everything. Don't drop him." I wasn't planning to. Halfway up, Harold's foot caught on a stair tread. He cried out, thin and startled, and for one awful second I thought we had broken his ankle. Mara stopped immediately, felt along his leg, asked him questions he couldn't answer properly. "Not broken," she said, but her voice was uncertain. "Keep moving." The open doorway to our apartment waited at the top, dark inside, except for the faint glow of the tablets still on the kitchen counter. The person who had been upstairs was not visible. That did not comfort me. "Hello," I called, because apparently fear makes you polite. "We know someone's up here." Nothing. We reached the landing. Then a shape lunged out of our apartment. Mara screamed. I dropped my side of Harold. Harold's shoulder hit the floor with a soft, awful thump. The shape hit the wall opposite our door and made a skittering sound. For 1 second, my brain turned it into a person crawling low. Then the flashlight caught it. Mr. Adler's cat. I had forgotten Harold had a cat because I had only seen it twice. A fat gray thing named Pickles that hated everyone with democratic consistency. It must have bolted up the stairs when we broke Harold's door, then shoved into our apartment through the open door. Pickles flattened himself against the baseboard, ears back, eyes wide, and green in the flashlight beam. His collar bell gave one tiny, furious jingle. Mara pressed one hand to her chest. Jesus, I almost laughed. It came out as a cough. The misdirection should have released tension. It didn't, not fully, because the cat explained one sound, maybe the movement in our apartment door. It did not explain the earlier footstep. It did not explain why our door had opened wider. Mara checked Harold again, angry at herself now. Sorry, Harold, I'm sorry. Pickles bolted down the hall toward the rear of our apartment. Leave him, I said when Mara glanced after him. I wasn't going to chase the cat. You looked like you were thinking about it. I work with animals, Aaron. I look at cats. We dragged Harold into our apartment. The air inside was clearer, but not clean. Smoke had followed us up, a gray veil in the hallway. In the living room, the curtains still covered the windows. The thin line of light beneath them now flashed red and blue from outside, faster than before. Our phones sat on the coffee table. The first aid kit was open on the floor where Mara had kicked it earlier. Mom was still on my phone. Aaron, she said. I heard screaming. Cat, I said. What? Cat. It was the cat. There was a pause. I hate this. Me too. Mara grabbed the first aid kit, tore open a packet of gauze, and pressed it under Harold's nose and mouth loosely, not blocking his breathing. We need to get him out the back. I crossed to the kitchen, staying low and keeping my eyes away from the window above the sink. The back door was there, beyond the small mudroom, deadbolt at shoulder height, knob below. I tried the deadbolt. It stuck. Of course it stuck. I lifted the knob and turned like always. Nothing. Again. The bolt moved a 1/4 inch and jammed. Mara, what? The deadbolt. She appeared behind me, dragging Harold's legs through the kitchen as gently as possible. It's stuck. Lift the knob. I'm lifting the knob. Harder. I am lifting it with my soul. She set Harold down on the kitchen floor. He coughed, a shallow bark that sounded weaker than before. Pickles watched from under the table, tail puffed. Mara pushed me aside and tried the deadbolt herself. It didn't move. Our second attempt began breaking apart before it had really started. I looked at the hinges. Interior side. Could maybe pop the pins, but not with my wrist, not quickly, not in the dark with smoke creeping down the hall. Mara said, "Toolbox, bedroom closet." "Get it," I went. The hallway to my room felt longer in the dark. I kept one hand on the wall, passing the bathroom, then my bedroom door. The apartment smelled like smoke and wet towel and raw chicken abandoned in the kitchen. Outside, the red-blue flashes crawled along the bottom of the curtains. In my room, my blinds were down, but the curtains were open because I never closed them unless the sun hit my monitor. I stopped at the threshold. The window faced the driveway and the neighboring house, not the street, still outside. The alert had not made exceptions for convenient angles. I crouched and crawled to the closet, feeling stupid and terrified at the same time. My phone buzzed in my pocket with a new alert, but I didn't look. I dragged the toolbox out one-handed and backed out of the room without lifting my eyes. Mara was in the kitchen with a screwdriver already in hand from the junk drawer, trying to pry the deadbolt plate. "New alert," I said. "Read it." I pulled my phone out. The screen was cracked with notifications now. Missed texts, emergency alert banner, Mom's call still somehow alive. The new alert read, "Emergency alert update. Do not open exterior doors to unknown persons. Confirm responders by 911 dispatch only. If evacuation required, move away from street-facing EXITS." Mara stared at it. "Dispatch won't answer," she said. "I know. Move away from street-facing exits. Back exit isn't street-facing. Unless the driveway counts." "It doesn't. Does it say why?" "No." The phone buzzed again with a text from Jess that finally came through. Jess, PPL saying fake responders knocking Jess. Police press thing says stay away from windows, Jess. Videos show guys in gear, but not official. Jess, don't trust door knocks unless dispatch confirms then another. Jess, they said some alerts are delayed or incomplete. Mara read over my shoulder. Fake responders. The words put shape to what we had already felt. Human threat. That was almost comforting for half a second. Human meant motives. Human meant mistakes. Human meant you could hit fingers with a fire extinguisher and make them pull back. Then the back door rattled once, not from us, from outside. Mara and I both went still. Harold wheezed on the floor. The knob turned slowly against the lock. Left, right, left. Someone on the rear stairs. We were in the kitchen now, the worst possible place for it. The door in front of us, the sink window to the right, the hallway and living room behind us. The rear exit had been our escape, and someone was testing it from outside with patient little twists. Mara mouthed no. The knob stopped. Then a voice outside said, barely above speaking volume, "Madison Fire, open up." No radio noise this time. No shouted coordination. Just a man on our back stairs, too close to the kitchen window. Mara picked up the largest kitchen knife from the counter, the one I had used on the chicken. I whispered, "Don't. I'm not opening it." The man outside tried the knob again. The sticky deadbolt held now like it had become patriotic. He tapped the glass pane in the back door with one fingernail. Tap, tap, tap. "Smoke S coming out," he said. "You need to evacuate." Mara held the knife low, face turned away from the window. I picked up the hammer from the toolbox with my left hand. The back door's mail slot moved. We had no mail slot. For one impossible beat, I thought part of the door had opened by itself. Then I realized what I was seeing. A thin metal tool sliding through the gap between the door and jamb near the deadbolt, flexible and flat, working down toward the latch. Not a firefighter, not like that. Mara saw it too. She kicked the lower part of the door hard. The tool snapped back. The man outside swore, a normal swear, a human swear, pained and angry. My phone speaker crackled. Mom said, "What was that?" "Someone at the back door. Get away from it." We were. Not enough. The man outside hit the door with his shoulder. The frame jumped. Harold made a choking sound. Mara looked down at him, then toward the hallway. "We can't stay in the kitchen." "Bathroom," I said. "What?" "Interior, no windows. With Harold. Until we figure out a crash came from below. Not the back door, not the front. Inside the building. Glass breaking in Harold's apartment. The sound came up through the floor and through our open apartment door. A brittle collapse, followed by heavy movement, then coughing that was not Harold's. Someone had entered through Harold's window or broken something inside his unit. Mara's face changed. The trap tightened all at once. Front entry compromised. Rear door being worked. Harold's apartment breached. Smoke below. Windows off limits. Phones unreliable. One elderly man on our kitchen floor needing air and help we couldn't verify. Then our kitchen filled with light. White this time. A flashlight beam cut across the covered back door window from outside, bright enough to show the curtain fibers. It moved slowly, searching the edges. Mara pulled Harold by the armpits. "Bathroom, now." We dragged him back through the kitchen, into the short hall, past the living room, toward the bathroom in the middle of the apartment. He was barely helping. His head lolled once against my knee. I said his name sharply, and his eyes fluttered. My wrist had gone from pain to a thick, numb pulse. My lungs felt lined with dust. Mara's hoodie was smeared with soot and extinguisher powder. Her hair stuck to sweat at her temples. We reached the bathroom and got Harold inside, propped between the tub and the sink. It was tiny, old tile, no window, one door. The safest room in the apartment, if safety meant being cornered in a place that smelled faintly of mildew and hand soap. Mara shut the door, but didn't latch it. "We need something to block it," she said. I looked around. Laundry hamper. Trash can, nothing useful. From the kitchen, the back door took another hit. Louder. The frame cracked. From downstairs, a voice called upstairs. Another answered, "Go." Boots moved in Harold's apartment. Not one person, more than one. Mara gripped the knife. I gripped the hammer. My mother's voice came from the phone on the bathroom floor, small and broken around the edges. "Aaron, listen to me." I got through to 911. Everything in me stopped. Mara dropped to her knees beside the phone. "Linda, They said police and fire are outside your block, Mom said. They said do not open doors to anyone who comes through the building. They said real responders are staging at the street and rear alley, but cannot verify every person because there are multiple reports of people impersonating emergency personnel. Did they say why? I asked. No, they wouldn't. They said get to an interior room and wait. A heavy footstep hit our apartment floor, not in the hall outside, inside, near the living room. Mara looked at me. The bathroom door was not locked. The lock had been broken for 6 months. I reached for the knob and held it with my left hand. Another step, then another. Slow, testing boards. The intruder moved from the living room toward the hallway, between us and every exit we had tried. Harold opened his eyes. The first time since we'd pulled him from the smoke, he seemed to know exactly where he was. His gaze fixed on Mara's knife, then my hammer, then the door. His voice came out raw and barely audible. They used my phone, he whispered. Mara leaned closer. Who did? He swallowed, coughed, tried again. 2 men. At the window, said police. Asked to come in. His eyes watered. I looked. The hallway floor creaked outside the bathroom. Harold gripped Mara's sleeve with surprising strength. They saw me look. The bathroom knob turned in my hand. I held it. The person on the other side pushed once, gently, then harder. The broken lock clicked uselessly against nothing. Mara put her shoulder against the door beside me. Harold curled against the tub, coughing, trying to make himself smaller. My mother said something through the phone, but I couldn't understand her over the pounding in my ears. The person outside stopped pushing. For 1 second, there was no movement. Then a man's voice, low and familiar through the wood, said, "Apartment 2. This is Officer Ray's." Mara's eyes met mine. The point of no return was not dramatic. No explosion. No heroic choice. Just the realization that the voice from the intercom was now inside our apartment, on the other side of a bathroom door that would not lock, while the only route back to normal life had narrowed to the width of my aching hand around a doorknob. And then the man started kicking. The first kick cracked the bathroom door around the handle. Not all the way through, just a splintering pop, a white seam in painted wood, close enough to my hand that I felt the vibration in my bones. Mara shoved her shoulder harder against the door. "Aaron, I've got it." I did not have it. My left hand was wrapped around the knob. My right wrist hung useless and hot against my ribs. Every kick from the hallway drove the knob deeper into my palm, twisting skin, threatening to wrench my fingers loose. The broken lock clicked and clicked like a nervous tooth. From the other side, the man calling himself Officer Ray said, "Open the door." His voice had changed. No more static flattening it. No intercom hiss. No fake comm from a plastic speaker. Just a man in our hallway, breathing through his nose, close enough that I could hear the wet catch in his throat between words. "Open it, and this goes easier." Mara's knife trembled in her hand, held low beside her thigh. The bathroom was too small for a fight. Tub on one side, sink on the other. Harold slumped on the floor between them with his back against the cabinet, one hand pressed to his chest. My phone lay face up near his slipper, Mom still on speaker, her voice small and frantic. Aaron, stay away from the door." They said stay in the interior room. "We're trying," I said. Another kick. The knob tore free of my grip for half a second. I caught it again, fingers slipping. Mara grunted. He's going to break it. The man outside laughed once. Not because anything was funny. It sounded like air punched from him. That's the point. Harold lifted his head. His eyes were red from smoke, watering so badly the skin below them shone. He looked older than 71 now, smaller, like the night had taken pounds off him. He stared at the bottom of the door. "Don't let him see your phones," he whispered. Mara looked down at him. "What? My phone," Harold said. "They made me unlock it." The door shook again. Almost lost the knob. "What did they want?" I asked. Harold coughed, folded forward, and for one awful second, I thought he was going to pass out again. Mara dropped to one knee, keeping her shoulder against the door, and grabbed the loose gauze from the first aid kit wrapper she'd shoved in her hoodie pocket. "Harold," she said, "stay with us." He sucked in a thin breath. "Camera, contacts, emergency app." They sent messages. The words came apart, but the meaning landed. They weren't just knocking at doors. They were using people. Phones, messages, alerts, voices, trust. The man in the hallway kicked again. The wood split wider. A triangle of darkness opened near the latch, and through it I saw the dull shine of a black glove. Not bare-handed now, prepared now. A gloved finger slid through the crack and hooked toward the chain of the broken privacy latch, even though there was no working lock left to unhook. Mara stabbed the knife through the gap. Not deep, not cinematic. A short, ugly jab. The man screamed, irked back. His glove caught on a splinter and tore. Blood spotted the white-painted edge of the door in two bright drops. Mara stared at it like she hadn't expected blood to be that red. The hallway went quiet. Then something hit the door lower, near the hinges. Not a foot, a tool, metal on screws. "He's taking the hinges," I said. Mara's face tightened. The bathroom door opened inward. If he popped the hinge pins, the door would fall toward us. We could hold a knob all night, and it wouldn't matter. "Window?" Mara asked, already knowing. "No window, vent." I looked up. The bathroom fan was dead with the power out, a plastic square in the ceiling clogged with years of dust. Big enough for air, not a person, not even Pickles, who chose that exact moment to yowl from somewhere outside the bathroom. The cat's cry rose through the door. Furious, terrified. Then came a crash from the kitchen. The back door. My stomach dropped. More than one person. Mara heard it too. Her eyes closed briefly. Not prayer, not surrender, just calculation under impossible conditions. "Linda," I said to the phone, "tell 911 they're inside. Second floor, bathroom, at least 2 men." Mom's voice broke. "I'm telling them. They're telling me to stay on. Aaron, they're close." Close meant nothing if a door gave way first. The hinge tool scraped again. Top hinge. Slow, careful. The man had stopped rushing. He had time now, or thought he did. That made me angrier than the kicking. The hammer in my left hand felt wrong, heavy, and clumsy. My bad wrist throbbed. Mara had the knife. Harold had nothing but smoke in his lungs. We were 3 people in a bathroom with a door that was becoming an idea instead of a barrier. And then I saw the sink. Not the sink itself, under it. The supply lines. Old apartment, cheap landlord, shut-off valves that had leaked twice in 2 years. A flexible braided hose from the wall to the toilet beside Harold's shoulder. another under the sink, a plunger, a bottle of bleach-based cleaner, a plastic trash can, towels, not weapons exactly, objects. Mara followed my gaze. "No," she said, "I didn't say anything. You have the face." "What face?" "The stupid plan face." Metal scraped again. The top hinge pin rose a quarter inch. I crouched by the sink and twisted the cold water shut-off hard. It resisted, then moved. My wrist flared white-hot when I tried with the right hand by mistake. I bit my tongue to keep from yelling and switched to my left. Mara whispered, "What are you doing?" "Making a mess." I grabbed the little adjustable wrench from the toolbox. We had dragged the toolbox as far as the hall, not the bathroom, but the small screwdriver from the junk drawer was still in Mara's hoodie pocket. She handed it over without asking. The hinge pin outside rose another inch. Tap, scrape, tap. The man was using something thin to pry it up. I worked the toilet supply line loose with my left hand, slow and awkward. Water hissed immediately, spraying across my sleeve and Harold's slipper. Cold water hit the tile and spread fast. Harold flinched. "Sorry," I whispered. Mara understood then. "Aaron, help me." She shoved the bath mat against the bottom of the door with her foot, not to stop water, but to slow visibility. Then she grabbed the sink line and twisted. Her hands were steadier than mine, but her breathing was. She had inhaled too much smoke. Every few seconds, she coughed from somewhere deep in her chest. The bottom hinge pin started to move. The bathroom floor became slick. Water pooled around our shoes, clear at first, then gray with dust, soot, and a thin pink ribbon from where Mara's knife had cut the man's finger. Outside, the fake rays stopped working. "What are you doing in there?" he said. Nobody answered. He kicked the door again, harder now. The top hinge pin jumped free and clattered to the floor outside. The door sagged. Mara stepped back from it. "Ready?" I whispered. No, that was the truth, so we moved anyway. The second hinge gave. The door lurched inward. The man shoved. The door came off crooked, falling toward us in a heavy slab. Mara and I let it drop, then pushed it forward together at the last second, using its own weight. It slammed into his knees. He shouted and stumbled into the hallway. I saw him clearly for the first time. White male, maybe mid-30s, average height, stocky through the shoulders, wearing dark work pants, a navy jacket with reflective tape that looked real, until you noticed there was no department patch. His face was covered by a blue surgical mask pulled below his nose, and his eyes were sharp and ordinary, which was somehow worse. He held a pry bar in one hand. His other hand bled through a torn glove. Behind him, in our living room, red-blue light flashed under the curtains. Smoke drifted near the ceiling. Pickles crouched on the back of the couch, hissing like a broken tire valve. The man recovered fast. He stepped over the fallen door. Mara slashed at him. He jerked back, but not enough. The knife caught his jacket sleeve and skidded off something underneath. Protective padding. Maybe motorcycle armor. Maybe just layered clothes. He swung the pry bar sideways. It hit Mara's forearm. The sound was dull. She cried out and dropped the knife. I hit him with the hammer. Left-handed, clumsy, not heroic. The claw end caught his cheekbone or mask strap. He staggered into the hallway wall, knocking one of our framed thrift store prints crooked. His eyes went wide, more surprised than hurt. Then he came at me. No speech, no threat, just forward. I slipped because of the water. My shoulder hit the sink. Pain burst down my bad wrist when I tried to catch myself. The hammer skidded across the wet tile into the tub. The man grabbed the front of my hoodie and drove me backward. My head hit the wall hard enough to flash white behind my eyes. Mara tackled his legs, not perfectly, not like a movie fight. She threw herself low and wrapped both arms around one knee, using her whole body weight. He kicked, swore, and swung the pry bar down. It glanced off the sink and cracked porcelain. Harold moved then. I still don't know how he found the strength. He grabbed the loose toilet hose with both hands and aimed the spraying water at the man's feet, like that mattered, like he was putting out another fire. But the floor was already slick. The man stepped back to free his leg from Mara, and his heel slid. His hip hit the edge of the tub. His head struck the tile wall with a flat, sickening sound. He dropped, not unconscious, not cleanly. He went down on one knee first, then both hands, pry bar clattering. He made a gagging noise behind the mask and tried to push up. Mara crawled away from him, clutching her forearm. "Move," I said, or tried to. It came out cracked. The second man appeared in the hallway, taller, thinner, dark hoodie under a yellow reflective vest. No helmet, no badge, a phone in one hand. Harold's phone, I realized, because the case was brown leather and had a little postal service sticker on the back. He looked from his fallen partner to us. Then he lifted the phone. Not to call. To record. "Don't," Harold rasped. The man smiled with only one side of his mouth. Outside, from somewhere far below, a real loudspeaker blared, distorted but official. "This is Madison Police. Stay inside. Move away from windows and doors." The man with Harold's phone stepped into our apartment and shut our front door behind him. He had trapped himself in with us, or us with him. Mara reached for the knife on the floor. Her right arm shook so badly she couldn't close her fingers. I crawled toward the hammer in the tub, but the first man grabbed my ankle. His grip was weak, but enough. The second man raised Harold's phone higher, angling it toward the living room curtains. That was when I understood the alert in a way I hadn't before. It wasn't that looking outside killed you, not directly. It was that looking gave them something, a face at a window, a person to identify, a unit to target, a recorded reflection, a phone they could force open, confirmation, access. Maybe there was more to it than that. Maybe there were police tactics and copycats, and some ugly thing happening across the city that I still couldn't name. But in our apartment, it was simple. They wanted proof of people. They wanted doors opened. They wanted phones. The second man said, "Where's yours?" Nobody answered. He turned Harold's phone toward Mara. "Hers first." Mara spat at him. It landed on his vest. A tiny, ridiculous act. He kicked her in the ribs. She folded with a sound I will hear for the rest of my life. I reached the hammer. The first man tightened his grip on my ankle, but the water made both of us slippery. I twisted, skin scraping, shoe half coming off, and got my fingers around the handle. The second man crouched over Mara. He didn't see Pickles launch from the couch. The cat hid his shoulder and face in a gray blur, claws out. All 12 pounds of elderly hatred focused into one perfect second. The man shouted, stumbled, and dropped Harold's phone. It skittered across the floor toward the kitchen. Pickles vanished under the coffee table. Mara rolled away, gasping. I swung the hammer at the first man's hand. He let go. I kicked backward and caught his chin with my heel. He collapsed against the toilet, dazed. The second man recovered and charged me. I didn't swing for his head. I swung for his knee. The hammer connected with the side of it. Screamed and went down hard in the hallway, hitting the floorboards with both hands. A real siren wailed outside now, closer than anything had been all night. Then another. Heavy boots pounded near the front entry. Not one set, several. Police, a woman shouted from below. If you are inside, get down and show hands. The second man tried to crawl toward the kitchen, toward the back door. Mara, still on the floor, stretched with her good arm and grabbed his reflective vest. She couldn't hold him long. Her face was gray with pain. Her breath came in shallow little snaps. Don't let him out, she said. I crawled after him. The apartment had become a map of wreckage. Bathroom door on the tile, water spreading into the hall, smoke drifting from downstairs, curtains flashing with emergency light, kitchen ahead. Back door cracked at the frame from earlier blows. Harold's phone lay near the threshold, screen lit, camera app open. The second man reached the kitchen. He got one hand on the back door knob. The deadbolt was still stuck. He yanked once, twice. The same stupid deadbolt that had nearly trapped us now trapped him. He turned on me, face slick with sweat, eyes wild. I had the hammer raised, but I was slow, hurt, half blind from smoke and water and tears I hadn't noticed. He grabbed the raw chicken bowl from the counter and threw it at me. It hit my chest. Cold meat and marinade slapped across my hoodie. The bowl shattered at my feet. I slipped. He lunged. Then Harold's phone rang. Not a buzz. A loud, bright ringtone from the floor between us. The screen showed LINDAKELLER. My mother had called Harold's phone. The sound startled the second man just enough. Mara's knife slid across the kitchen floor from behind me. She had kicked it, not thrown it. It spun once and stopped near my hand. I didn't pick it up. I shoved the toolbox instead. The open metal box hit the man's shin. He stumbled back against the rear door. His elbow slammed into the cracked frame. The deadbolt gave. The back door burst inward from the outside at the same moment, driven by a real firefighter in full gear. The door hit the second man from behind and knocked him flat. A woman in a police vest came in low behind the firefighter, weapon drawn, eyes averted from the window angles like she had practiced it all night. Hands, she shouted. Hands now. I dropped the hammer. Mara cried out, bathroom. One more in the bathroom. The first man tried to stand. The officer crossed the kitchen, shoved past me, and put him down with a knee between his shoulders before he made it 3 inches. Another responder came in behind her with medical gear. Real gear, radio chatter, gloves, department patches, the smell of turnout coat and cold air. Do not look toward the exterior, the firefighter said loudly. Everyone face the interior wall. I laughed then, not because it was funny, because because someone official had finally said the same impossible thing in a voice that belonged to the world I knew. The laugh turned into coughing. Then coughing turned into retching. I ended up on my knees in broken bowl pieces and wet chicken, shaking so hard I couldn't feel my fingers. The officer Zip tied the second man on the kitchen floor. He cursed at her. She ignored him. Mara was in the hallway, curled around her injured arm, eyes squeezed shut. Harold lay half in the bathroom, half out, breathing in ugly, shallow pulls, while a medic pressed an oxygen mask to his face. Smoke inhalation, Mara said automatically, as if giving a patient handoff at the clinic. Possible fall, bad hip. He was down maybe 10 minutes. The medic glanced at her arm. You're a patient too. I know. Ma'am, I know. The firefighter shut the back door as much as the damaged frame allowed, then turned his body to block the window. Another officer moved through the apartment checking rooms. Pickles hissed from under the coffee table and refused to be rescued. My phone was still on the bathroom floor. I crawled back and picked it up with my left hand. Mom, I said. She was sobbing. Not loudly. She was trying not to, which made it worse. Aaron, yeah. Are you hurt? Yes, I said. For once, I didn't lie fast enough to protect her. There was a pause. Then she said, okay. Stay with the police. Stay with Mara. Do exactly what they say. The first man groaned as an officer pulled him upright. His mask had slipped. Blood ran from the cut near his cheekbone into his beard stubble. Ordinary face, ordinary eyes. Someone you might pass in the grocery store and forget before the cereal aisle. He looked at me once, not with hatred, with recognition, like he had already known my name. That settled deeper than fear. The immediate conflict ended there, in a practical mess of zip ties, oxygen masks, shouted instructions, and wet tile. The fake responders were on the floor. Real responders were in the apartment. Harold was breathing. Mara was conscious. I was alive, resolved, one way or another. But as they led us out through the rear stairwell, heads down, faces turned toward the brick wall, I saw Harold's phone in an evidence bag on the kitchen counter. The camera was still open. The last image on the screen was not a picture of the street. It was a picture of our living room curtains from inside the apartment, with the red-blue light glowing underneath. And in the dark reflection on the phone glass, behind all of us, someone had been standing in our hallway before the police came in. Someone I still had not seen. They took us out through the rear stairwell with our heads down. That was the part I kept coming back to later, when people asked what it had been like, as if fear had a clean shape you could hand over. I remembered the firefighter's gloved hand on the back of my neck, not pushing, just guiding. I remembered the wet wood of the rear steps under my socks, because I had lost one shoe somewhere between the bathroom and the kitchen. I remembered the brick wall of the neighboring house 4 feet away, close enough to touch, painted in red and blue flashes from the emergency vehicles out on Jennifer Street. Eyes on the wall, the firefighter said. Keep moving. Mara walked ahead of me, cradling her right arm against her stomach. Her face was gray with pain, but she kept turning her head halfway back to check on Harold, until a medic told her to stop moving her neck around. Harold came behind us on a stair chair, oxygen mask strapped over his nose and mouth, eyes open but unfocused. Pickles had not been captured. That became important to Harold before his own breathing did. As they carried him down, he tried to pull the oxygen mask aside. "My cat," he rasped. The medic pressed it gently back into place. "We'll get your cat, sir." Harold glared at him like the man had personally insulted the Constitution. The alley behind our building was full of people in uniforms, and people trying to look like they belonged near uniforms. That distinction mattered now. Reflective tape no longer meant help. A radio clipped to a shoulder no longer meant safety. I found myself staring at patches, badges, name tags, boots, gloves. I hated that. I hated that my brain had learned a new thing so quickly. The real responders had set up a staging area in the parking lot behind the dentist's office on the corner. Floodlights pointed down at the pavement, not up at windows. Yellow tape crossed the driveway. Officers stood facing outward, blocking the view toward the street. A paramedic guided me to a folding chair beside the ambulance and cut the sleeve off my hoodie because my wrist had swollen so much the cuff would not slide over it. Linda arrived before they finished splinting me. I don't know how she got through the roadblocks. Later, she said she parked 6 blocks away and walked until someone tried to stop her, then said, "My son is in that ambulance," in a voice that apparently made trained police officers reconsider their career choices. She appeared in a beige coat over pajamas, hair smashed flat on one side, phone still clutched in her hand. She saw me, stopped, then walked the last few steps carefully, as if sudden movement might break me. "Hi, Mom," I said. It was a stupid thing to say. Her face crumpled anyway. She didn't hug me at first because the paramedic was wrapping my wrist, and because there was dried chicken marinade on my hoodie, and because I had blood on my ear from where my head had hit the bathroom wall. She settled for putting both hands on my cheeks and looking at my pupils like she had become a neurologist during the drive. "You're going to the hospital," she said. "I think that's the plan." Good. Mara sat on the bumper of the next ambulance, refusing to lie down until Harold was loaded. Her right forearm had already begun swelling under a temporary splint. One of her ribs was bruised badly enough that every breath made her blink. Still, when an officer approached to ask preliminary questions, Mara straightened like she was clocking in. "2 men inside our apartment," she said before he asked. One stocky navy jacket, fake reflective striping. One taller yellow vest had Mr. Adler's phone. They claimed police and fire. They entered through Harold's apartment and then ours. First used the name Ray's. The officer wrote fast. Mara winced. "Also, there's a gray cat inside. His name is Pickles. He is not friendly." The officer paused just long enough to prove he had heard stranger things that night, then wrote that down too. At the hospital, the night lost its sharp edges and became fluorescent. UW Hospital's emergency department was crowded in a way I had never seen. Not disaster movie crowded. Worse, almost. Practical crowded. People wrapped in blankets. People with irritated eyes from pepper spray. A man in a bathrobe with a bandage on his forehead, arguing with a nurse about whether he could call his wife. a college student with bare feet and soot on his calves, staring at the floor like it was showing him instructions. Nobody said much. Everybody had phones. Everybody kept their screens angled down. Mara had a hairline fracture in her ulna and 2 bruised ribs. I had a sprained wrist, mild concussion, and a cut behind my ear that needed 3 stitches. Harold had smoke inhalation, a twisted ankle, and bruises from falling near his recliner. His blood oxygen stabilized after treatment, but they kept him overnight. He complained about the gown, the oxygen tubing, the hospital coffee, and the fact that nobody had confirmed Pickles's condition within what he considered a reasonable time frame. That was how I knew he was going to make it. The police took our formal statements just after 3 in the morning. We sat in a family consultation room that smelled like coffee grounds and disinfectant. Linda sat beside me, one hand on my knee, quiet for once. Mara sat across from us with her arm in a sling, eyes half closed, but still answering every question precisely. The detective's name was Angela HSU, 42, female, from Madison Police. She had tired eyes, a calm voice, and a way of pausing after questions that made you fill silence if you weren't careful. She did not explain more than she had to. I respected that and hated it. What happened tonight was part of a coordinated impersonation and burglary operation, she said. At minimum, Mara asked. Detective HSU folded her hands. Several groups appear to have used the emergency alert confusion to gain access to residences. Some had scanners. Some had stolen or spoofed phones. Some monitored social media for people posting videos from windows. So the alert was real, I asked. Yes. Why did it say not to look outside? She took a breath. There was an active tactical response in multiple neighborhoods after reports of armed suspects moving between residential buildings. We are still reviewing the language used in the alert. I know it was alarming. Mara gave a small, humorless laugh. That's one word. HSU accepted that without flinching. The instruction not to record through windows was intended to prevent live footage from exposing officer positions and resident locations. The wording was expanded after reports that suspects were identifying occupied apartments through window movement, phone screens, and posted videos. Why no explanation in the alert? Linda asked. Because they were updating under pressure, HSU said, and because some information could have helped the suspects. That sounded reasonable. It also sounded like something people say when reasonable systems have already failed. They confirmed the 2 men from our apartment had been arrested. The one using the Officer Ray's name was actually Daniel Voss, 36, male, from Rockford, Illinois, with prior convictions for burglary and impersonating a public employee. The taller one was Evan Pritchard, 32, male, from Janesville, Wisconsin, who had worked private security for 6 months before being fired for stealing from vehicles in a hospital lot. Neither was police. Neither was fire. They had used Harold's phone after forcing him to unlock it at his living room window. They had sent messages to contacts and tried to access building information, emergency apps, and saved passwords. The electrical fire in Harold's apartment had started at the overloaded power strip, but the detective would not say whether it had been accidental or encouraged by the men while trying to draw people out. Encouraged, I repeated. HSU looked at her notebook. That remains under investigation. A phrase like a locked door. At dawn, a nurse let Mara and me sit in Harold's room for 10 minutes. He was propped up in bed, oxygen cannula under his nose, hospital blanket pulled to his chest. Linda stood in the doorway because the room was small and because Harold had already declared he disliked being crowded. Mara went in first. "Your cat is alive," she said. Harold's eyes opened wider. "Where? Animal control got him out around 4. He bit a firefighter." Harold relaxed into the pillow. "Good boy." Mara smiled for the first time since before the alert. It didn't last long, but it was there. Harold looked at me next. "You broke my door. You're welcome." He made a sound that might have been a laugh if his lungs had cooperated. Then his face changed, the way old men's faces do when pride gets tired and something softer slips through. "I looked," he said. Nobody answered right away. He stared at the ceiling tiles. Woman said not to. Phone said not to. But then they said police, and I thought I'd know the difference. Mara sat carefully in the chair beside his bed. Most people would have opened it. "I was a mailman 38 years, Harold said. I knew every trick people used to get into buildings. That was a different kind of trick." He closed his eyes. They knew my name. I thought of the first man looking at me from the kitchen floor with recognition in his eyes. "They had your phone," I said. "After," Harold whispered. "They knew before." The room went quiet except for the oxygen's soft hiss. Detective HSU later said it was likely from the mailbox, the building directory, old public records, package labels, anything. Plausible. Grounded. Boring, almost. That was the worst part about the explanation. Most terrifying things, once explained, did not become impossible. They became administrative. We didn't go back to the apartment for 3 days. Linda insisted I stay with her in Middleton. Mara stayed too, partly because her parents were out of state, and partly because neither of us wanted to be in a room alone yet. My mother put sheets on the pull-out sofa for me and gave Mara my old bedroom, which still had a dent in the wall from when I was 16, and threw a tennis ball indoors after being told not to. Those 3 days were ordinary in humiliating ways. Painkillers, insurance calls, police follow-ups, a landlord who texted, "Glad everyone is okay. We'll need to discuss damages." Linda read that message and said words I had not heard from her mouth in my entire life. The news called it emergency alert confusion, exploited by impersonators. They showed blurred footage of our block, aerial shots of police lights, a press conference where officials said the public should always verify emergency personnel when safe to do so. They did not show our building clearly. They did not name us. Online, people argued about the wording of the alert. Some said it saved lives. Some said it caused panic. Some insisted the government was hiding something stranger, because apparently a bunch of men pretending to be responders during a citywide emergency was not horrible enough for them. Mara stopped reading comments after one person wrote, "Why would anyone open the door, lol?" She set her phone face down on Linda's kitchen table and said, "I hope that person steps barefoot on a plug." When we finally returned to the apartment, it was late morning and sunny. That felt rude. Jennifer Street had gone back to being Jennifer Street. Bikes locked to racks. A bus sighing at the corner. Wet leaves gathered along the curb. Someone had chalked flowers on the sidewalk near our building. Probably kids, probably unrelated. The front door was boarded over. Harold's first floor window was plywood. Our rear door had a new frame and 3 different temporary locks that looked like they had been installed by someone trying to apologize in hardware. Inside, the apartment smelled faintly of smoke, bleach, and wet wood. The bathroom door was gone, just hinges and raw screw holes. Mara walked in behind me, sling against her chest, and stood in the living room without taking off her shoes. She looked at the curtains. They were still closed. "I hate those," she said. "We can burn them. Too soon. Throw them away. Better." We moved slowly, like guests in our own home. The kitchen floor had been cleaned, but I found a small piece of broken bowl under the cabinet edge, white ceramic with dried sauce on it. The toolbox sat on the counter. The hammer was in an evidence bag at the station. Harold's phone was still with police. Pickles had been returned to Harold's cousin and was, according to reports, being awful but eating. That seemed fair. In my bedroom, the blinds were still down. I left them that way. For weeks afterward, I slept badly. Mara did too. Sudden sounds got worse before they got better. The emergency alert test the next month made me drop a mug in Linda's kitchen. Mara cried once in the grocery store because a stock cart slammed into a freezer door behind her. Harold moved to a first-floor assisted living apartment near his niece in Verona and pretended it was because the stairs had become annoying, not because he refused to live under windows he could not trust. We all adapted around the cracks. Mara installed door braces and window film. I learned how to check official sources without doom scrolling. Linda made everyone share locations, then pretended she wasn't watching them. I bought a real emergency radio, a charged power bank, and a fire extinguisher that had been inspected sometime after the invention of smartphones. Life narrowed, then widened again. A month later, Detective HSU called to say Voss and Pritchard had been charged with burglary, impersonating emergency personnel, assault, obstruction, and several other things she listed in a voice that made them sound smaller than they were. Other suspects had been arrested in connected incidents. The department still could not comment on all details. "Do you believe there were more in our building?" I asked. She paused. "We found evidence that a third individual may have entered through the first floor and left before officers cleared the second floor," she said. "Did you identify them?" "Not yet." I thought of the phone reflection, the figure in the hallway, someone behind us before police came in. "Was it real?" I asked. "I can't answer that. That was not the same as no." After we hung up, I sat at our kitchen table and listened to normal city sounds through closed blinds. Tires on wet pavement, a dog barking twice, a delivery truck backing up somewhere down the block. Beep, pause, For a few seconds, I could not move. Then Mara came in from the hallway, saw my face, and reached past me to turn on the radio. Not loud, just enough. A public station playing soft jazz, a trumpet line wandering through static. "You okay?" she asked. I looked at the covered kitchen window, then at the locks, then at my phone, face down on the table. "No," I said. Mara nodded like that was an acceptable answer. Outside, the truck finished backing up and drove away. The ordinary sound faded into the rest of the morning, and neither of us went to the window to watch it leave. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going. Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories. And tonight's story, my smartwatch detected another heartbeat while I was home alone, is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The first alert came while I was rinsing a mug in the kitchen sink, with my sleeves pushed up and the tap running warm over my knuckles. My watch gave one soft buzz, not the sharp little sting it used for texts, not the double tap for calls, just a low, uncertain pulse against the bone of my wrist, like it was trying to get my attention without making a scene. I glanced down, expecting a breathing reminder, or one of those smug messages about standing up even though I had been on my feet all evening. Instead, the screen read, "Possible irregular heart rhythm detected." Under that, in smaller letters, "Multiple pulse patterns detected during rest." I stood there with the mug tilted under the water, watching coffee-colored foam slide down the drain. Then the watch buzzed again. Heart rate, 82 BPM, nearby heart rate, 104 BPM for a second. I just stared at it, because nearby was not a word I had ever seen on that screen before. My name is Claire Hensley. I'm 32, female, and I live in a 2-bedroom rental on the west side of Madison, Wisconsin, in a neighborhood where the houses all look like they were built by people who believed deeply in beige siding and attached garages. I work remotely as a claims analyst for a health insurance company, which means I spend most days reading other people's bad news in PDF form, and pretending my own apartment is not slowly turning into a storage unit with lamps. The smartwatch was a gift from my older brother after our dad died of a heart attack in a Menards parking lot 2 years ago. "Just humor me," Ben had said when he handed it to me, still in the box, over beers at his kitchen table in Middleton. "You live alone. You get dizzy sometimes. We're the damn thing." I told him I got dizzy because I skipped lunch and drank coffee like a contractor. He told me that was not a defense. That was a confession. So I wore it. At first, I hated how needy it was. The haptics, the rings, the little trophies for walking to the mailbox. But after a while, it became part of my body's background noise. I checked it more than I checked my own reflection. Steps, sleep, heart rate, weather, timers for pasta, timers for laundry, timers for tea, I always forgot. That Thursday evening in late October, I was alone because my roommate had moved out 3 months earlier. My brother was across town coaching his daughter's indoor soccer practice, and my boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, technically, though we were still in that stupid gray area where you kept each other's hoodies, was in Chicago for a work conference. The house itself was not old enough to be charming. It had vinyl floors, hollow doors, and vents that ticked when the heat came on. Still, at night, it had a way of gathering sounds. The refrigerator motor, the small clack of the dishwasher settling, wind dragging dead leaves along the side path, a branch from the neighbor's maple tapping the gutter in uneven little knocks. The alert disappeared before I could read it again. I turned off the faucet. The kitchen changed immediately. Not quiet, never quiet, just thinner. The fridge hummed with its tired electrical throat. Somewhere in the wall behind the pantry, the heat clicked once, then gave a dusty sigh. Rain freckled the dark window over the sink, each drop catching the yellow cone from the porch light outside. I tapped the watch face. Normal home screen. Time, date, my rings, tiny cloud icon. No nearby heart rate. No record of the alert in the notifications. I actually laughed, but it came out as one breath. Okay, I said to the kitchen. Great, very cool. My phone was on the counter beside a half-chopped onion and the recipe I was pretending to follow. I opened the health app with wet fingers and scrolled through the heart data. Mine had spiked at 91, probably because the watch had just accused my empty house of having a second pulse. There was no category for nearby heartbeats. Of course there was. I searched the app. Nothing. I searched the watch settings. Nothing. I even opened the support page through the app, which gave me a cheerful paragraph about optical sensors, motion artifacts, tattoos, poor fit, and how certain readings may be inaccurate when the device is not worn properly. That made sense. It had to be a sensor glitch. I had dish soap on my wrist, water under the band, and the watch had been slipping all day because I'd changed to a looser strap after getting a rash in August. It was probably bouncing light off the sink or picking up the pulse in my hand at a weird angle or misreading motion from the garbage disposal vibrations. Except the garbage disposal wasn't on, and the watch had said nearby heart rate 104 BPM. I dried my hands on the dish towel. The towel smelled faintly sour because I had left it bunched by the sink that morning and told myself I would swap it later. Ordinary. Gross, but ordinary. I focused on that. Then my phone rang. I flinched hard enough that my hip hit the counter. It was Ben Hensley, is 38, male, my older brother, and the kind of person who always sounds like he is walking somewhere with purpose, even when he is only calling from a folding chair in a soccer facility. He lives in Middleton with his wife and their 2 kids, and he treats family emergencies with the calm intensity of a man who owns 3 flashlights in his car. I answered on speaker and tried not to sound like someone who had just been bullied by a wrist computer. Hey, I said. Question, Ben said. In the background, kids yelled and a whistle squeaked. Did Mom tell you she's coming down next weekend? Or is she doing that thing where she tells me and assumes the information enters your brain through the sibling network? She told me, I said, twice. Once by text, and once through a voicemail that was mostly wind. Good. Also, Mia wants to know if you still have that purple sleeping bag. For what? Some troop thing. Indoor camping, which feels like cheating, but I am not in charge of the Girl Scouts. I looked down at the watch again. Normal, Claire. Yeah, purple sleeping bag. Basement closet, I think. You okay? That was the problem with Ben. He could hear me shift weight through a phone line. I'm fine. Fine like normal fine, or fine like you're standing on a chair because there's a spider. Normal fine. Suspicious. Hesitated. The rain ticked against the window. The porch light outside flickered once, not fully going out, just dimming the way old bulbs do when moisture gets into whatever tiny places moisture wants to own. My watch did something weird, I said. Ben laughed. Did it tell you to exercise? Because that's not weird, that's just betrayal. No, it said it detected another heartbeat. The soccer noise behind him faded slightly, like he had turned his head away from the court. What does that mean? I don't know, it said nearby heart rate. Like mine was 82 and nearby was 104. Nearby, that's what it said. Is that a feature? I don't think so. You're alone. I looked toward the short hall off the kitchen. The hall led to the bathroom, the spare room, the basement door, and the living room. The living room lamp was on, warm and low. My laptop sat open on the coffee table, still showing a paused training video about updated compliance language. A throw blanket had slumped half off the couch. My running shoes were by the front door where I had kicked them loose. Yeah, I said, doors locked. The question annoyed me because it was the obvious question, and because I didn't know the answer. I think so. Check, Ben. Just check. I wiped my palm on my jeans and walked to the back door first. The deadbolt was turned. The little brass thumb latch felt cold under my fingers. The laundry room beyond the kitchen smelled like dryer sheets and damp cardboard. The window over the washer was shut, its cheap plastic blinds trembling gently from the furnace vent below. Back door locked, I said. Front. I walked through the living room. The floor gave its usual soft pop by the couch, the one spot I always forgot about until it spoke under my foot. My own reflection moved in the dark TV screen, blurred and hunched with the phone in one hand. The front door was locked too. Chain on, deadbolt turned. Locked, I said. Windows. I'm not doing a full tactical sweep because my watch got confused by dishwater. I didn't say tactical sweep. You used your tactical sweep voice. I have one voice. You absolutely do not. There was a pause, then softer. Claire, I hated that too, the softness. I'm okay, I said. Seriously, it's probably a glitch. Maybe, he said, but humor me. Check the app. Screenshot anything weird, restart it. It disappeared. What disappeared? The alert. It's not in notifications. It's not in the health data. It's just gone. That's weird. I know. Okay, restart the watch. Then call me back. I am not calling you back over, then text me. One word, alive. You're dramatic. You're alone in a house and your watch says there's a second heartbeat. I am responding at an appropriate Midwestern level of concern. I leaned against the front door and rubbed the heel of my hand over one eye. The house smelled like onion now, sharp and wet from the cutting board. Behind it was the faint, dusty warmth of the furnace and the rain smell sneaking in around old window seals. This is the part I should admit something. I do not like being alone in houses at night. Not apartments, not hotels, houses. Apartments have neighbors pressed close through walls, elevators, hallway light, someone coughing on the other side of drywall. Houses have corners. Houses have basements. Houses have exterior doors you cannot see from your bed. It wasn't a rational fear, and I knew that, which somehow made it worse. I had lived alone since my roommate moved out and had done all the responsible adult things. New locks, motion lights, a camera doorbell Ben installed while telling me it was easy, and then swearing at the mounting bracket for 45 minutes. I knew the statistics. I processed claims for injuries every day and had a good working knowledge of how ordinary disasters tended to be. Slips, burns, falls from ladders. People hurt themselves with soup, with pets, with wet tile, with chairs they believed could hold their weight. The fear did not care about statistics. It waited for night, then sat down beside me. Fine, I told Ben. I'll restart it, thank you. I'll text you alive like a hostage with a sense of humor. Perfect. We hung up. I held the side button until the little power icon appeared. My thumb hovered over it. Then the watch buzzed again. Same low pulse. Not urgent. Worse than urgent. I lowered my wrist slowly. The screen had dimmed, so for 1 second all I saw was my own face reflected in the black glass, stretched small and pale. Then the text appeared. Workout paused. I blinked. I'm not working out, I said. The watch changed. Resuming indoor walk. A green icon pulsed at the top. Steps began counting. 1, 2, 3. I was standing still with my back against the locked front door. 4, 5, 6. Somewhere above me, in the ceiling or the room overhead, there was a soft sound. Not a footstep exactly. More like weight shifting on old wood. A faint, slow press. Then release. I looked up. The house did not have a second floor. That should have been comforting. It was not. The sound came again. Press. Release. From the basement door, maybe. From the old ductwork. From the rain moving through the gutters. From anything that was not a person. 7, 8, 9. The watch kept counting steps. I forced myself away from the front door and crossed to the hall, moving quietly now, though I had no reason to move quietly in my own home. The basement door stood closed at the end of the short passage. Its paint was chipped around the knob where boxes had knocked into it during the move. A strip of weak yellow light showed at the bottom, because I had left the basement light on earlier when I went down for crushed tomatoes and then forgot to turn it off. That was all. Basement light on, furnace running, loose strap, sensor glitch, rain, a settling house. I took one breath through my nose, onion, dust, warm metal from the vent. My phone buzzed in my hand. Ben, alive. I stared at the basement door. The watch counted 3 more steps. I typed back with one thumb. Alive. Watch is being weird again. His reply came almost immediately. Define weird. Before I could answer, my doorbell camera notification slid down from the top of my phone screen. Motion detected at front door. I turned toward the front door so fast my sock twisted under my heel. The front window beside the door showed only rain, porch light, and my own ghosted reflection. No shape on the steps, no person, no delivery bag, no animal. The phone buzzed again. The camera app opened under my thumb before I fully decided to tap it. The live feed loaded in gray blocks, then sharpened. My porch was empty. The wet concrete reflected the porch light in a trembling yellow smear. Leaves lay plastered against the mat. The little ceramic pumpkin my niece had painted for me sat by the railing with one orange eye running from the rain. Nothing moved. Then the audio crackled. A sound came through my phone speaker. Breathing. Not mine. Not from inside the house. From the camera. Close to the microphone. Slow. Uneven. As if someone were standing just out of frame, leaning near the doorbell, trying not to be heard and failing by inches. My watch buzzed. Nearby heart rate, 106 BPM. I stopped breathing long enough to hear the furnace click off. The house settled around me with tiny, ordinary noises. The refrigerator hummed. Rain tapped the glass. The phone speaker carried one more damp breath from the empty porch. Then the watch displayed a prompt I had never seen before. Start emergency SOS. Hold side button to call emergency services. My thumb moved to the button. Then I heard it. Not through the phone, not from the porch, from behind the basement door. A small scrape. Wood against concrete. Something down there moving very carefully, as if it had just realized I was listening. I stood in the hall, phone in one hand, wrist raised, the emergency prompt glowing against my skin. I could hold the button and call 911. I could open the basement door and prove to myself it was the furnace, a box slipping, a raccoon that somehow got in through the bulkhead I didn't have. Or I could run out the front door into the rain and admit that my brother had been right to worry, that all my practical little locks and cameras and adult habits had not actually made the house mine. The basement light glowed under the door. The watch counted one more step. 43. I had not moved, and the choice sat there in my hand, bright and stupid and impossible. I did not call 911. That is the first thing I have had to explain every time I've told this story, and I know how it sounds. I know what a normal person is supposed to do when their doorbell camera hears breathing, and their basement makes a noise, and their watch starts inventing a second heart. You call. You leave. You do not stand in a narrow hallway in wool socks, holding your phone and bargaining with yourself like an idiot. But panic does not always look like screaming or running. Sometimes it looks like opening the camera app again and again, refreshing the porch feed, trying to turn terror into a loading problem. The front porch stayed empty. Rain moved in white diagonal streaks past the lens. The ceramic pumpkin by the railing shone wetly, its painted grin distorted by water. Doormat said come back with coffee, which had seemed cute at Target, and now felt like evidence that I was the kind of woman who decorated the entrance to a crime scene. The audio crackled once more. A wet little inhale, then nothing. My thumb hovered over the emergency SOS prompt on my watch. The screen glowed against my wrist. Behind the basement door, the scrape did not repeat. That should have helped, It didn't. My phone buzzed in my other hand. Ben, Claire, define weird, then call me. Now, I hit his name. He answered before the first ring finished. What happened? His voice was lower than before. The soccer noise was gone, or he had walked outside. I heard something, I said. Inside. I don't know. Claire, maybe inside, maybe the basement. Get out of the house. He said it without build-up. No older brother sarcasm. No joke. Just those 5 words, flat and immediate. I can't. Yes, you can. Open the front door and walk out. The camera picked up breathing. There was a pause. What do you mean, breathing? I mean breathing, Ben, on the porch audio. But there's no one on the porch. Could be wind across the mic. I know. Could be a neighbor, somebody walking past. I know. Could be. Stop making a list if your point is that I should leave anyway. My point is you should leave anyway. I looked toward the front door. The chain was on. Deadbolt turned. Beyond it was rain, porch light, empty concrete, and maybe someone standing just outside the camera frame, close enough to breathe into the microphone. I'm not opening the door if someone's out there. Then go out the back. The back door opens into the laundry room, then the driveway. There's no camera back there. Window. I'm not climbing through a window. Basement egress. No. Okay, he said too quickly, like he was sorting options in his head. Go to a room with a lock. Bathroom. Bedroom. Take a knife. That feels dramatic. Good, be dramatic and alive. The basement door was 6 feet away from me. The strip of light under it looked steady. No shadow cut through it. No motion. My watch buzzed once. Heart rate, 118 BPM. Nearby heart rate, 109 BPM. Ben, I whispered. What? It's doing it again. Where are you? Hallway. Move now. I backed away from the basement door, 1 step, then another. The floor creaked under me, and the watch counted both steps this time, which somehow made the earlier phantom count worse. I passed the bathroom, then stopped because the bathroom had 1 tiny window and a hollow core door with a push-button lock that could be opened with a thumbnail. The bedroom was farther away, at the back of the house, with a window facing the side yard and a heavier door. It did not have a lock because I had removed the cheap sliding latch after it stuck and locked me out in July. Bedroom, I said, go. I moved fast, but tried not to run. My socks slid on the vinyl. The living room lamp put a warm oval on the rug, on the coffee table, on my open laptop, where the paused compliance video showed a woman in business casual smiling like nothing terrible had ever happened in a basement. The kitchen still smelled like onion and dish soap. At the bedroom door, I turned back. The basement door was still closed. I stepped into my bedroom and shut the door quietly. Claire Hensley, 32, female, claims analyst, professional worrier. Private coward about basements and houses at night. That was me in that moment, sitting on the edge of my unmade bed with my brother in my ear, trying to decide whether fear counted as evidence. Is the door closed? Ben asked. Yes. Push something in front of it. It opens inward. Then wedge something under it. I looked around. Laundry basket, slippers, a paperback. Nothing that would stop a determined house cat, let alone a person. My desk chair, I said, do that. I dragged the chair over and hooked the back under the doorknob. It was not a good barricade. It was not even a medium barricade. The chair rolled. I locked the casters with my foot, which made me feel stupid and slightly better. "Call 911, Ben said. "I don't know what to say." "You say someone may be in your house." "Maybe," based on a watch glitch and wind audio, and a sound in the basement. Old houses make sounds. You don't live in an old house. It's old-ish. It was built in 1998. That is old to laminate flooring. "Claire," I pressed my fingers into my forehead. My pulse pushed hard against my watch band. This was my flaw, if I'm being honest. Not just fear. Fear would have been useful. Fear would have had me barefoot on the neighbor's porch already. My flaw was needing permission to inconvenience people. I worried about being dramatic, about wasting someone's time, about being the woman who called the police because her wearable tech got confused by rain and an onion-slick kitchen counter. Even with my brother telling me to call, I could feel the embarrassment waiting ahead of me like a room I'd have to enter. "What if they come and it's nothing?" I said. "Then it's nothing. They'll think I'm ridiculous. I do not care if a cop you'll never see again thinks you're ridiculous." "I do." "I know," he said, and his voice changed. "That's why I'm telling you to call." From behind the bedroom door, the house gave a small click. Furnace ducted heat. Maybe. Then a new sound came from the hallway. Not a scrape. A soft electronic chirp. My stomach tightened. "What was that?" Ben asked. "You heard it." "Yeah, what was it?" I knew exactly what it was. "My basement smoke detector," I said. "One chirp." "Yeah. Battery." "Maybe." But the smoke detector in the basement was hardwired. It had a backup battery, sure, but the battery chirp had started last winter, and Ben had come over with a ladder and changed it because I had threatened to solve it with a broom handle and violence. The chirp came again, then another, closer together. My phone buzzed, not Ben, a notification across the top. Smart home. Basement sensor offline. I had forgotten about that sensor until it lit up on the screen. When my roommate moved out, I bought a cheap smart home kit during one of those anxious online shopping nights where every product review sounds like a rescue plan. Door sensor, motion sensor, water leak sensor. A little camera I never installed because the idea of filming myself walking around my own kitchen made me feel deranged. The basement sensor was stuck to the inside of the basement doorframe. There, because I had once convinced myself I needed to know if the door opened while I was sleeping. Then I muted the app because it kept alerting me every time I went down for laundry. "Basement sensor went offline," I said. "What sensor?" "Door sensor." "Did the door open?" "No, it says offline." That could mean the hub lost connection. The bedroom lights flickered. Once. The little lamp on my dresser dimmed to amber, then came back. The furnace stopped mid-breath. The house went from machine-filled to stripped down. Rain, my breathing. Ben saying my name. Then the power went out. The lamp died. The compliance video in the living room stopped throwing its faint blue light through the hallway gap. The fridge cut off. Even the furnace fan faded with a final exhausted whir. The dark was not complete because my phone screen was bright in my hand and the watch still glowed on my wrist. But the house around those two rectangles became shapes without edges. Ben said, "Claire, I'm here. Power out. Stay on the phone." "I am. Can you see outside?" Our neighbor's dark too. I moved to the bedroom window and pushed the curtain aside with 2 fingers. The side yard was a wet strip between my house and the neighbor's fence. My neighbor's kitchen window, usually yellow at this time of night, was dark. Across the street, through the angle between houses, I could see porch lights out on at least 2 homes. "Looks like the block," I said. "Okay, storm outage. That happens." His relief made me want to borrow it, but my watch buzzed before I could. Fall detected. I stared at the screen. Below the question, the watch had started a countdown. "Emergency SOS will call in 58 seconds. I had not fallen. I had not even moved except to look out the window. "What now?" Ben asked. "It thinks I fell. Did you?" "No, cancel it." I tapped "I'm okay." The screen froze for half a second, then returned to the watch face. "Claire," Ben said, "listen to me. Call 911 now. The outage is going to make this harder. If someone is in the house, they know the power's out too." A gust of rain hit the bedroom window with a sound like gravel poured over glass. "I'm calling," I said. I pulled the phone from my ear, hands shaking enough that the contact photo of Ben blurred. Before I could switch to emergency dial, a banner slid down. "No internet connection," then the call crackled. "Ben." Static filled the speaker in small, tearing bursts. "Lair, you there?" "I'm here." "Your audio," the call dropped. I stared at the screen. 1 bar, then no bars, then 1 again. I tried to call 911. The phone displayed calling emergency services. For 3 seconds, I heard nothing. Then a tone. "Call failed." I tried again. "Call failed." My mouth went dry in a way that had nothing to do with fear as a feeling, and everything to do with my body making decisions without me. I moved toward the door, then stopped because the chair was under the knob, and because I had put it there to feel safer, and now it made me feel trapped. Outside the bedroom window, headlights moved across the wet siding. A vehicle was coming slowly down the street. Then red and blue light flashed once against the neighbor's fence. For 1 ridiculous second, I thought the police had arrived. But the light did not stop. It moved past, distorted by rain. Not red and blue. Hazard lights. A utility truck, maybe, crawling through the outage. Its amber beacon turning the fence posts orange in pulses. Help was near enough to see, and nowhere near me. My phone buzzed again. Text from Ben, delayed or fighting through the weak signal. "I'm coming." "Stay put." Called dispatch. 911 said widespread outage, long hold. "If you can get out safely, go to a neighbor." I read it twice. He was coming. From Middleton to my side of Madison in rain, through a power outage, with his daughter's soccer bag probably still in the back seat. 15 minutes at best. 20 if traffic lights were down. The basement smoke detector chirped again. This time it did not stop. 1 chirp. Pause. 1 chirp. Pause, then 3 fast beeps. I knew 3 beeps. Everyone knows 3 beeps. Smoke. My bedroom door might as well have disappeared. My attention went straight through it, down the hall, to the strip of basement light that should no longer have been there because the power was out. And yet, under the bedroom door, along the floorboards, I saw a thin glow. Not yellow now. White. Moving slightly, like a flashlight beam. I crouched without thinking and looked beneath the door. At first, I saw only the dark line of the hallway. Then the beam swept once across the gap. Someone was in the hall. Not maybe, not a sensor, not rain. A light moved outside my bedroom door, low and careful, tracing the baseboard. My watch lit. Nearby heart rate, 112 BPM. The smoke detector gave 3 more beeps from below. Then, from the other side of my bedroom door, a man's voice whispered something I could not make out. I clamped one hand over my mouth. The chair under the doorknob shifted. Not much, just enough for one wheel to squeak against the floor. The voice stopped. For a few seconds, everything in the house seemed to hold itself still. Then my phone vibrated so loudly in my palm, it sounded like a trapped insect. Ben was calling back. The ringtone burst from the speaker before I could silence it. A bright, stupid marimba tune I had meant to change for 6 months. The flashlight beam snapped up. It hit the crack under the door. The chair jerked against the knob. Once, hard, I grabbed the phone, rejected the call, and backed away until my calves hit the bed frame. The knob moved, slowly first, testing, then harder. The chair held, but only because the wheels were locked and the knob was cheap, and the person outside had not committed yet. "Claire," a voice said, male, close, almost polite. Not Ben. "Claire, I know you're in there." My name in a stranger's mouth did something worse than fear. It rearranged the room. It made the bedding, the laundry, the crooked picture over the dresser feel like items already cataloged by someone else. I looked at the window. The side yard outside was narrow, muddy, fenced. The screen could be punched out. The drop was only 4 feet. I could run to the Rileys' house next door if they were home. I could scream. I could break an ankle. I could get halfway across the yard and discover there was another person waiting there. The smoke alarm downstairs gave another set of 3 beeps. If there was smoke, I could not smell it yet, but the house had gone still without the furnace moving air. Something could burn below me and take its time arriving. The knob turned again. This time, the chair skidded an inch. My phone screen flashed with Ben's texts, one after another. Answer. Police notified but delayed. Get out if you can. Do not go toward basement. The man outside my door breathed through his nose. My watch showed his pulse, or mine, or both. Numbers jumping now. Heart rate, 139 BPM, nearby heart rate, 118 BPM. Then the man said, very softly, "Don't make me come in there." I grabbed the only heavy thing within reach, the metal lamp from my bedside table. Its cord snagged, pulling a book and a glass of water onto the floor. The glass did not shatter, but water spread black across the vinyl. The noise startled him. He slammed into the door. The chair shot sideways. The door opened 3 inches before the chair leg caught against the rug. A hand came through the gap. Pale, adult, male, dirty knuckles. A dark sleeve wet at the cuff. I swung the lamp, not well, not bravely. I swung it like a person trying not to die and hit his wrist with the base. He made a thick, surprised sound and pulled back. I dropped the lamp, shoved the chair aside, and ran for the window. Behind me, the door hit the wall. I tore the curtain down with one hand and fumbled at the window lock with the other. It stuck. Of course it stuck. It had swollen in the rain and cold. I put both thumbs on the latch and shoved until one nail bent backward with a hot white snap. The window unlocked. The man entered the room. I did not look at his face. I saw jeans dark with rain at the knees, work boots, one gloved hand, one bare hand holding his wrist tight against his chest. The smoke alarm below screamed again. 3 beeps. Pause. 3 beeps. I heaved the window up. It rose 6 inches, then jammed. "Claire," he said, and this time he sounded angry. I screamed then. Not words, just sound. I kicked the screen as hard as I could. The frame popped loose on one side. I kicked again. The screen bent outward and fell into the mud below. The man grabbed the back of my sweatshirt. I twisted out of it, leaving him with fabric bunched in his hand, and went through the window head first, because there was no graceful version left. The sill scraped my ribs. The wet wood bit my hip. For half a second I was balanced wrong, stomach on the frame, legs still inside, hands clawing at the siding outside. He grabbed my ankle. I kicked backward and felt my heel connect with something soft. He cursed. I dropped. The fall knocked the air out of me. Mud slapped cold against my palms. My right knee hit something hard hidden in the grass, maybe a landscaping brick, and pain spread down my shin in a bright sheet. But I was outside. Rain hit my face. My watch buzzed against the mud. I crawled, then stood, then nearly fell again because my knee did not want weight. The side yard was darker than it should have been. The whole block was out. No porch lights, no glowing windows, just storm clouds over Madison, tree branches thrashing, and the utility truck's amber light far down the street like a warning that had already passed me by. Behind me, the bedroom window scraped. He was trying to come after me. I limped toward the neighbor's fence gate, each step pulling pain up my leg. Then my phone, still in my hand somehow, lit with one bar. Ben calling. I answered with my thumb slick from rain and mud. "Claire," he shouted. "I'm outside," I gasped. "Someone's inside. He knows my name." Smoke alarms going off. "Where are you?" "Side yard, Riley's fence." "Go to them now. I'm 5 minutes out." "Cops are delayed because of crashes and the outage. Do not stop." I reached the gate. The latch was padlocked. Of course it was. The Rileys had a Labrador who escaped twice a week, and a husband who solved every problem with hardware. I rattled it once, uselessly. Behind me, the man dropped from my bedroom window into the mud with a grunt. My watch buzzed again. Workout resumed. Steps counting. 1, 2, 3. I looked at the locked gate, the dark neighboring house, the slick 6-foot fence, and the narrow strip of yard leading toward the back of my own house, toward the driveway, toward the back door, toward the basement bulkhead area that I knew did not have a bulkhead, just a sloped concrete stairwell to a side entrance I almost never used because the lock stuck and spiders nested in the frame. Behind me, boots hit wet grass. Ben was still talking in my ear. "Claire, Claire, answer me." The man took one slow step, then another. I could run toward the street, exposed under the bare maple trees. I could try to climb the locked fence with one bad knee, or I could take the narrow path behind the house, past the basement side door, and hope the old gate to the driveway was open. From somewhere under the house, below the rain and the alarms, came a low mechanical cough. Then smoke, faint but real now, seeped from the basement vent near the foundation in a pale ribbon. The choice closed around me. The house was not just occupied. It was becoming dangerous to leave standing. And the only path away forced me closer to whatever had started below. First plan was simple. Get to the street. Not heroic, not clever, just street, neighbor, light, witness, help. There were houses 10 yards away on either side of mine. There were families inside them. There were cars in driveways and doorbells with cameras and people who owned dogs that barked at leaves. All I had to do was reach one of them before the man behind me did. The problem was my knee. It had gone strange after the fall from the bedroom window. Not useless exactly, but unreliable. Each time I put weight on it, something hot and loose shifted under the kneecap, and my leg tried to fold. Mud soaked through my socks. Rain ran down the back of my neck. I was still in my t-shirt because the man had my sweatshirt in his hand, and the cold touched every bit of exposed skin with wet fingers. "Claire," Ben shouted through the phone. "Where are you now?" "Side yard," I said, "between my house and Riley's fence." "Go forward, toward the street." "I can't. He's behind me." "Can you climb the fence?" I looked at the fence. 6 feet of slick cedar planks, dark with rain, the top beaded with water. On the other side, the Riley's yard sloped toward their kitchen door. No light in the windows, no movement. Their Labrador Cooper, who usually lost his mind if a squirrel coughed in Ohio, had not barked once. "I can try," I said. "No," Ben said, hearing my voice. "Don't try if you'll get stuck." The man took another step behind me. He was still a shape more than a person. Broad shoulders. Hood up now. One hand hanging wrong at his side, the wrist I'd hit with the lamp. Rain made a steady ticking sound on the nylon of his jacket. "Claire," he said, "you're making this worse." I moved. The side yard ran from my bedroom window toward the front lawn, but there was a narrow choke point halfway down where the neighbor's fence jogged inward around a maple tree, and my own house pushed out in a useless little bay window. In daylight, I had to turn sideways to carry trash bins through there. In the dark, with one bad knee and a man behind me, it looked like a throat. I limped toward it anyway. My watch counted 7, 8, 9. The numbers flashed absurdly bright every time my wrist swung. I wanted to rip the thing off and throw it into the mud, but it was also the only device still behaving like it knew something I didn't. Nearby heart rate, 121 BPM, the man S probably. He was close enough now. I squeezed through the narrow spot by the maple tree. Wet bark scraped my shoulder. A branch snagged my hair and snapped free with a small, sharp crack that sounded like a finger breaking. I stumbled out onto the front corner of the house and saw the street. For half a second, hope arrived so hard it hurt. The street was there. Open, shiny black, rainwater running along the curb. 2 houses across from mine sat dark, but a pickup truck was parked under one driveway basketball hoop, and a sedan was under the big elm near the corner. People existed. The world had not reduced itself to my house, my phone, my watch, and the man behind me. I screamed. "Help, somebody help me." My voice came out cracked and ugly. The rain ate part of it, but not all. A porch light flicked on across the street, then died immediately. Generator, bad bulb, motion sensor trying and failing during the outage. I didn't know. I waved anyway. "Help," the man behind me lunged. I ran across my front lawn. My injured knee buckled on the second stride. I went down hard on both hands, sliding in soaked grass. Mud filled the groove under my bent back thumbnail. My phone bounced out of my grip and skittered toward the curb, screen flashing. Ben's voice came from it, small and frantic. "Claire, Claire," I crawled to it. The man's boots hit the grass behind me. Then a sound split the rain. A deep, furious barking. Not from the Rileys' house, from my front porch. I froze. The man froze too. The bark came again, closer and mechanical around the edges, harsh enough to make my shoulders jump. For one stupid instant, I thought there was a dog on my porch. I pictured teeth, wet fur, some animal between us and the front door. Then the bark repeated exactly. Same pitch, same rhythm, a recording. My doorbell camera had a deterrent feature I had turned on months ago and forgotten about. Automated dog bark when motion was detected during away mode. It was supposed to scare off package thieves. I had laughed when I tested it because it sounded like a German shepherd trapped inside a Bluetooth speaker. Now it barked from the camera above my own empty porch. The man looked toward it. That half-second saved me. I grabbed my phone and pushed myself upright. My knee screamed, but it held. I limped toward the street, cutting diagonally across the front lawn. A set of headlights appeared at the far end of the block. Ben, I knew it before I knew it. The shape of his Subaru. The way one headlight sat slightly dimmer than the other. The hazard lights flashing because Ben was Ben and considered whether an argument for visibility. "Ben," I yelled. The car slowed near the corner, then stopped. Too far. Why was he stopping? Then I saw why. A limb from the big elm had come down across the street. Not a twig. A heavy branch, thick as a thigh, sprawled from curb to curb, with smaller branches tangled in a power line that sagged low over the wet pavement. The utility truck I'd seen earlier must have been farther down checking the outage, because this damage was still here, blocking the direct route to my house. Ben's driver door opened. Ben Hensley, 38, male, my older brother, stepped into the rain in a Navy soccer club jacket and jeans, phone in one hand, flashlight in the other. Even from half a block away, I could tell he had seen enough to stop thinking like a brother and start thinking like a coach in a crisis, scanning, pointing, measuring distance. "Claire," he shouted, "don't touch the road water." That made no sense for 1 second. Then I saw the downed line dipping into the gutter, where rainwater shivered and ran silver under the streetlights that were not on. Electricity. Maybe live, maybe not. Another simple plan failed. The street was not safe. The man came around the front corner of my house, keeping close to the siding. The fake dog bark blared again from the doorbell camera, triggered by him this time. He flinched, but did not stop. Ben saw him. "Hey," Ben roared. He started running along the far sidewalk, parallel to the blocked street, looking for a way around the branch and wire. His flashlight beam bounced wildly over lawns, mailboxes, wet leaves. The man did not run toward Ben. He ran toward me. I went left, away from the street water, toward my driveway. My house sat on a narrow lot. Front lawn, then driveway along the right side, leading to a detached one-car garage in back. Between the house and driveway was a concrete walk that passed the kitchen window, the laundry room door, and then curved around toward the backyard gate. The basement side entrance was under that curve, down 5 concrete steps with a metal handrail and a half-height retaining wall. Tucked against the foundation where leaves always gathered, and spiders made little gray tents in summer. That stairwell was exactly where I did not want to go. It was also the only route not blocked by the man, the locked fence, or a possible live wire. "Driveway," I yelled into the phone, not sure if Ben could hear me anymore. "I'm going around back." "Claire, wait," the call cut into static. I passed the kitchen window. Inside, the house was black except for shifting white light in the hallway. The intruder's flashlight. Still inside. No, behind me. Then why was there light inside? I slowed, confused. A second beam moved across the kitchen cabinets. Another person. My stomach clenched so hard I nearly stopped breathing. Then the beam lifted and became my own reflection in the window, split and doubled by rain running down the glass. My phone screen and watch face had bounced light onto the pane, making it look as if something moved inside. Misdirection. Explainable, realistic, and somehow worse, because my brain had wasted precious time inventing new horror from glass and rain. The man's footsteps slapped the driveway behind me. I forced myself onward. Attempt 2 became the back gate. The driveway gate was a sagging wooden thing between my garage and the side of the house. I almost never used it because the latch stuck unless you lifted the whole gate with your hip. If I could get through it, I could reach the alley behind the houses. The alley connected to the next block, away from the downed line, away from my front yard, away from the basement entrance. I reached the gate and shoved. It moved 1 inch, then caught. No, no, no. I lifted with both hands, teeth clenched, my knee trembling so badly I could feel the shake up into my hip. The wet wood swelled against the post. The latch hook had dropped too far into its bracket. Behind me, the man slowed. He was breathing hard now, not like the camera audio, not slow and hidden. This was effort, anger, human lungs dragging cold rain. "Open," I hissed. I pulled up again. The gate scraped high, then stuck. My watch buzzed. Heart rate, 154 BPM, nearby heart rate, 128 BPM. The numbers felt obscene, intimate, like the device had reduced both of us to meat and rhythm. The man was 10 feet away. I did the only thing I could think of. I swung the gate back toward him. It hit his shoulder, not hard enough to knock him down, but hard enough to make him recoil. He grabbed the top edge with his good hand. For the first time, I saw part of his face in the reflected glow from my phone. Pale, maybe late 30s or early 40s, short dark beard, rain clinging to his eyebrows. Not a monster, not a shadow, a tired, furious man with a split lip and a swollen wrist. "Stop," he said. "Get away from me. I'm not trying to hurt you." That was so absurd that I laughed once, a jagged sound. "You broke into my house. I need what's in the basement." The words punched through the noise. "What?" He pulled the gate toward himself. I held it shut from the other side of the narrow opening, both of us fighting over wet wood like children, except his eyes kept cutting toward the back of the house, toward the basement side entrance. Smoke seeped thicker from the foundation vent now, pale gray and low, flattening under the rain before shredding into the dark. "Claire," Ben shouted from somewhere beyond the garage. His flashlight beam appeared through the slats of the fence from the alley side. Hope again. Smaller this time, but real. "Ben," I screamed. "Back gate. I'm here," the man swore. He shoved the gate hard. My bad knee buckled. I lost my grip and fell backward onto the concrete walk, pain flaring up my thigh. The gate slammed open. Ben hit it from the other side at the same time. The gate trapped the man between its swing and the fence post, just for a second. Ben's flashlight beam caught his face full on. "Back up," Ben yelled. The man ducked, shouldered the gate, and drove it into Ben. I heard my brother grunt. The flashlight clattered. Light spun across the driveway, the garage siding, the wet grass, then landed pointed at the basement stairwell. The beam lit the top of the concrete steps, and something on the ground there. A black duffel bag, not mine. It sat half open beside the metal handrail, rain spattering the fabric. A coil of orange extension cord spilled from it, along with what looked like a pry bar wrapped in duct tape and a roll of silver foil backed tape. Beside it, running down the steps and under the basement side door, was the extension cord. Into my basement. The man had not come empty-handed. Ben recovered faster than I expected. He grabbed the man from behind, one arm around his chest, trying to pull him away from me. Ben was strong. Not Jim Bro strong. Dad strong. Carried 2 coolers and a sleeping child strong. But the man was desperate. He drove his elbow backward into Ben's ribs. Ben exhaled hard and lost the hold. I scrambled toward the fallen flashlight, grabbed it, and swung the beam at the man's face. He raised his injured hand to block it. Ben shoved him again. "Claire, Allie," Ben yelled. "Go. I can't leave you. Go." A siren sounded in the distance. Faint, then gone under rain. The man heard it too. His expression changed, fear maybe, or calculation. He backed toward the basement stairwell. Ben stepped after him. "No," I said. "Ben, don't." The smoke detector inside the basement shrieked again, muffled through concrete and wet wood. 3 beeps. Pause. 3 beeps. The man reached into the duffel bag. Ben froze. I lifted the flashlight, expecting a gun, because panic has no imagination beyond the worst object. It wasn't a gun. It was a small black device with a cord and clamps. A portable power inverter, maybe, or a battery pack. Something with LEDs glowing green through rain. The man grabbed the extension cord and yanked. Inside the basement, something thudded. A machine whined down. Then the smoke changed. It thickened. A sour chemical smell reached us, cutting through wet leaves and mud. Not campfire smoke, not burning toast, hot plastic, insulation, something electrical cooking itself. Ben coughed once. "What did you do?" he shouted. The man looked at me then, and there was something almost pleading in his face. "You need to let me finish." "Finish what?" I said. He did not answer. Because from inside the house, beneath our feet, came a new sound. A pounding, not footsteps, not scraping. Pounding, 3 hits. Pause, 3 hits from the basement. Someone was knocking from inside. Ben and I both turned toward the side door at the bottom of the concrete steps. The door was closed. Smoke pushed around its lower edge, thin but steady. My watch buzzed. Once, twice. Then the screen changed. Nearby heart rate, 132 BPM second. Nearby heart rate, 97 BPM. I stared at it. Second. Not mine. Not the man S. Not Ben's, because Ben stood beside me, close enough that the watch had never identified him that way before. The pounding came again from behind the basement door. 3 hits. Pause. 3 hits. Ben whispered, "Claire." The man dropped the battery pack and bolted down the basement steps. Ben went after him. "Ben, stop." But he was already moving. One hand on the slick railing, body angled forward, because someone was trapped below. And my brother was the kind of man who heard knocking through smoke and forgot self-preservation existed. I followed because leaving him was suddenly not an option my body understood. My injured knee nearly gave out on the first step. I grabbed the rail with both hands. The metal was freezing and wet. Smoke climbed the stairwell in faint layers, not thick enough to blind, but enough to sting my eyes. At the bottom, the man fought with the basement side door. The lock stuck. Of course it stuck. He slammed his shoulder into it once, twice. Ben reached him and grabbed his jacket. The man spun, and they collided against the retaining wall. Ben's head hit concrete with a flat sound that made me cry out. He stayed upright, but barely. The man shoved him away and kicked the door near the knob. The wood cracked. Inside, the pounding became frantic. I smelled something else now under the chemical burn. Gasoline. Not a lot. Not a spill covering the floor, but enough. Enough that every old safety poster from elementary school came back in one useless flash. Fumes travel, sparks ignite. Get low, get out. "Ben," I said. "We can't open it." The man kicked again. The basement door burst inward. Smoke rolled out, low and gray. A battery work light lay on the floor just inside, shining sideways across concrete. It lit the bottom of my basement stairs, the laundry shelves, paint cans, boxes, the old purple sleeping bag Ben had asked about, and a woman crouched behind the water heater with duct tape around one wrist. For 1 second, nobody moved. The woman looked at us through the smoke. She was young, maybe mid-20s, hair plastered to her face, one cheek bruised yellow and purple, eyes wide but focused. Then she screamed through the tape over her mouth. The man lunged toward her. Ben lunged toward him, and the work light flickered. Once, twice. The extension cord at our feet sparked where its casing had been cut or crushed, spitting a tiny blue-white snap against wet concrete. The smell of gasoline sharpened. The second plan had failed. The gate had not gotten me out. Ben's arrival had not ended it. Opening the basement had not solved the knocking. It had opened the trap. Behind us, at the top of the stairwell, the intruder's duffel bag shifted in the rain. Something inside it beeped. A steady electronic chirp. Not the smoke alarm, not my watch, a timer. Ben saw my face. What? I looked from the sparking cord to the gasoline sheen on the concrete just inside the basement door, then to the woman bound behind the water heater, then to the man trying to reach her. The stairwell behind us filled with smoke. The house above us groaned as something heavy settled in the dark. The way back was still there, technically. 5 wet concrete steps up to the yard. But retreat now meant leaving a tied-up woman in a smoke-filled basement with a man who had already broken into my house and brought equipment. I did not understand. My watch vibrated so hard it hurt. Emergency, SOS countdown started. I did not cancel it this time. The basement light flickered again. The cord sparked. The timer in the duffel bag kept beeping in the rain above us. And Ben, bleeding now from a cut at his hairline, stepped fully into the basement. Point of no return. I followed him in. The basement accepted us like a throat. That is the only way I know how to describe it. The side door had burst inward. The smoke had rolled low over the concrete. And the 3 of us, me, Ben, and the man who had broken into my house, crossed that threshold in the same few seconds for completely different reasons. Ben went in to help. The man went in to finish whatever he had started. I went in because my brother did, and because a woman was tied up behind my water heater, and because sometimes fear stops being a wall and turns into a shove. The work light on the floor threw everything sideways. Boxes became blocky shadows. The old laundry shelves looked bent and wrong. The purple sleeping bag Ben had asked about earlier hung halfway out of a storage bin like something shed its skin in there. Smoke crawled around our ankles. It stung my eyes and glued itself to the back of my throat. The bound woman kicked at the concrete behind the water heater. Her name, I would learn later, was Danielle Park, 26, female, a graduate student from St. Paul who had been renting the garden-level unit 2 streets over while she finished a public health internship at UW Hospital. In that moment, she was not a biography. It was eyes and tape, and one wrist lashed to a pipe with silver foil-backed duct tape, her free hand clawing at the strip over her mouth. "Stay back," the man yelled. Nobody stayed back. Ben hit him first, not beautifully, not like a movie. He lowered his shoulder and drove the man into the metal shelving beside the washer hookup. Paint cans jumped. A plastic tub crashed down and split open, spilling Christmas lights and old extension cords across the floor. The man slammed an elbow into Ben's neck. Ben made a choked sound and held on. I moved toward Danielle. My bad knee almost folded immediately. The basement floor was wet near the door, rainwater and mud tracked in from our shoes. Past that, closer to the work light, the concrete had a faint rainbow sheen where gasoline or solvent had spread in a thin smear. The sparking extension cord lay across it like a live snake. Snap. A blue-white spark jumped from the crushed insulation. I stopped so hard my injured knee buckled. Palm hit the concrete. The smell of gasoline filled my mouth. "Don't touch the cord," Ben shouted, still grappling with the man. The man answered by smashing his fist into Ben's temple. Ben staggered. I saw blood brighten at his hairline and run down beside his ear, diluted almost immediately by rain from his jacket hood. My watch vibrated. Emergency, SOS calling, for once. The screen did not feel absurd. It felt like a tiny lit window in a room going wrong. Then it displayed, "Call failed." "Retraying, of course," I said, and coughed so hard my ribs lit up. Danielle made a muffled sound. I crawled the last few feet instead of standing. Low was better anyway. Less smoke, less chance of slipping. The concrete was cold under my palms. Little bits of grit stuck to my skin. Somewhere above us, the fake dog bark started again through the doorbell camera, muffled by floors and walls, stupid and vicious. The man heard it and looked up. That split second gave Ben enough time to shove him backward. The man's boot landed on the extension cord. Snap. The cord spat sparks. The work light flickered, went dark, then came back dimmer. Everybody froze. No one breathed right. The basement made its small machine noises. Smoke alarms screaming upstairs. The hot tick of cooling metal. Rainwater dripping from the stairwell onto concrete. The faint electrical buzz of something still pulling power from the battery pack outside. Then the duffel bag at the top of the stairs beeped again. Steady, patient, beep, beep, beep. "What is that?" I shouted. The man looked at the stairwell, and his face did something I had not expected. He looked scared, not of us, of time. Danielle shook her head hard, trying to tell me something through the tape. I reached her and took the edge of the tape over her mouth between my fingers. It was stuck wetly to her skin and hair. "I'm sorry," I said. I pulled. She made a sharp animal sound as it came loose. "Move the light," she rasped. "Move the light away from the floor." "What?" "The gas." "He spilled gas. The cord, I know. "No, you don't," she coughed. Her voice came out shredded. "He has a space heater rigged to the battery. He was trying to burn the evidence, but the outlet shorted. There's another cord behind the shelves. Evidence. Burn. Another cord." The words came too fast and still not fast enough. Ben had the man pinned against the shelf now, one forearm across his chest. Ben's face looked gray in the work light. His breathing was wet and harsh. "Claire," Ben said, "get her loose and get out." "I'm trying." The tape around Danielle's wrist was wrapped around a vertical copper pipe behind the water heater. Not rope, not neat. A wide band of foil tape over itself again and again, tight enough that her fingers were swollen at the tips. I dug my thumbnail under an edge, and pain shot up my own hand where the nail had bent earlier. I could not peel it. "Scissors," Danielle gasped. "Bag, he had a knife." The man heard that. "No," he said. He shoved Ben hard, not away, but down. Ben's feet tangled in the Christmas lights spilled from the broken bin. He fell backward, catching himself against the washing machine with one arm. His head snapped against the enamel side with a hollow bang. He slid to one knee. "Ben." The man came for us. I grabbed the only thing within reach, a paint can from the lower shelf. Half full, maybe, heavy enough. I swung it two-handed. It hit his injured wrist. He screamed. The sound tore out of him and filled the low basement. He dropped to one knee, clutching his arm. The can hit the floor, rolled, and knocked against the sparking cord. Snap. A spark jumped. For 1 second, the gasoline sheen flashed with pale light. Not flame. Not yet. But the warning was clear enough that all of us flinched away from the floor itself. "Stop moving," Danielle shouted. "Just stop moving." And we did. That was the small lull. 4 people in a basement, frozen by fumes and electricity, and the awareness that one wrong step could turn the air into fire. The smoke detector upstairs continued its pattern. 3 beeps, pause, 3 beeps. The duffel bag timer answered in between. Beep, beep, beep. My watch buzzed again. Emergency, SOS calling. Then connected. A voice, distant and thin, came from my wrist. Emergency services. What is your location? I nearly laughed, nearly sobbed. Couldn't do either. I lifted my wrist toward my mouth. Madison, Wisconsin, I coughed. I'm at 418 North Larkin Place. There's a man in my house. Fire or smoke in the basement. One injured woman tied up. Possible gasoline. Downed power line on the street. The dispatcher's voice tightened but stayed calm. Female, adult, professional. Ma'am, are you able to leave the structure? No. Are you in immediate danger from the person? Yes. The man looked at my watch like it had betrayed him personally. He moved again. Ben moved too. This time Ben did not try to tackle him. He grabbed the purple sleeping bag from the storage bin and flung it across the sparking extension cord and the shiny patch of gasoline. It was not elegant. It was desperate. The fabric landed crooked, bunched over the cord and part of the spill. For a second, I thought he had made it worse. But the next spark was muffled under nylon and synthetic fill. No open flash. No ignition. Claire, Ben said, voice thick. Knife, right, the duffel bag. The man was between me and the stairs, but he was bent over his wrist, stunned. I pushed myself up and lunged for the bottom step. My knee failed halfway. I hit the retaining wall shoulder first. Pain burst across my ribs, white and immediate. I kept going on one leg and one hand. The dispatcher was still talking from my wrist. Stay low if there is smoke. Do not touch any electrical. I know, I wheezed and climbed. The stairwell was slick. Rain came down into it from above, collecting leaves in the corners. The black duffel bag sat on the second step from the top, half open, beeping from something inside. I grabbed the strap and yanked it down one step. Too heavy. Inside were tools, tape, a battery pack, cords, a folded tarp, and a cheap digital kitchen timer clipped to a bundle of wires. Not a bomb. My brain had given it that shape because terror likes familiar scripts. It was a timer plugged into the battery pack, probably set to cycle power to whatever heater or device he had rigged below. Still dangerous. Still connected to the cords feeding into my basement. But not explosives. Not movie logic. Just cheap hardware being used by a man who thought he was smarter than fire. I found the knife in an outer pocket. A folding utility knife, orange plastic handle, blade half rusted. When I turned back, the man was standing. And he had Ben's flashlight. He swung it into Ben's face. Ben dropped, not unconscious. Worse in some ways. Conscious and unable to get up. He hit the concrete on one elbow and tried to push himself upright, but his arm slid out from under him. Blood ran from his eyebrow into his eye. The man stepped over him toward Danielle. Don't, I said. He looked at me. For the first time fully. He was not huge. That was what struck me. In my memory from the hallway, he had filled the whole door, but under the work light, soaked and shaking, he looked like a man who had been awake too long. Dark beard, split lip from where I had kicked him, a red crescent at his wrist where the lamp had hit. His eyes moved constantly, never settling. Give me the knife, he said. No, Claire, give me the knife. Again my name. How do you know me? He breathed through his nose hard. Mail, boxes. You people put your names on everything. That answer was almost worse than some elaborate obsession. Mail on the porch, prescription delivery labels, a utilities bill in recycling. My ordinary life had handed him my name. Danielle spoke from behind me. He's Evan. The man's jaw tightened. Evan Cole, she said, forcing the words through coughs. 31, male, maintenance contractor. He worked in my building. He had keys. Shut up. He was stealing access cards, she said, packages, meds. He found out I reported him. Shut up, Evan lunged. I threw the duffel bag at his legs, not the whole bag. I kicked it off the step and down into him. It hit his shins. Tools spilled. The battery pack bounced once, its cord ripping loose from the timer. The beeping stopped. The work light flickered again. Evan stumbled into the shelving. Ben grabbed his ankle. That was all he could manage. One hand, weak, but enough. Evan went down on one knee. I slid past him, nearly falling, and reached Danielle with the knife. Hold still, I said. My hand's numb, she said. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry, cut. The utility blade sawed badly against the foil tape. It took too long. Everything took too long. My fingers slipped. Danielle hissed. Smoke pushed lower. The dispatcher kept asking questions from my watch, but her voice became background, swallowed by alarms and coughing. Ben and Evan struggled on the floor behind me. Not clean punches now. Grabbing, kicking, elbows. Both of them exhausted. Both slipping on wet concrete and spilled Christmas lights. Evan got one hand around Ben's throat, and Ben jammed his thumb into Evan's injured wrist until Evan let go. I cut through one layer of tape, then another. Danielle yanked too soon and tore skin from her wrist. She cried out but pulled again. The tape gave. She was free. Can you walk? I asked. She nodded, then stood and immediately sagged against me. Her legs were worse than mine. Ours tied in one position, maybe longer. Her left ankle buckled. I caught her under the arm and nearly went down with her. Stairs, I said. No, she pointed past the washer, toward the back foundation wall. Window. I followed her finger. The basement had one narrow hopper window above the laundry sink. I had forgotten it could open because I had never opened it. Outside, it faced the side yard, just under the kitchen window, behind a rusted metal grate held by two wing nuts. Too small for Ben. Maybe big enough for us. Ben, I shouted. Window. He looked over, dazed, then saw what I meant. Go. I'm not leaving you. Go. Evan heard too. He kicked Ben in the ribs and scrambled toward us. Danielle grabbed a paint can with her free hand and hurled it. It missed his head, but hit the floor at his feet, bursting open. Old white latex paint spread across the concrete, thick and glossy. Evan stepped in it and slipped, smashing one knee down hard enough to make him shout. Small luck, bought by panic. I dragged Danielle to the laundry sink. The window was above shoulder height. I climbed onto an overturned storage tub, which cracked under my weight but held. My ribs screamed. My knee throbbed so badly I could feel my pulse in it. The latch on the hopper window was rusted. Of course, I hit it with the utility knife handle. Once, twice, it moved. Cold rain air pushed in through the gap. Fresh air, real air. I nearly cried from the smell of wet dirt and leaves. The grate outside was still there. I reached through and twisted the first wing nut. It turned half an inch, then stuck. My fingers were slick with mud, blood, and water. "Come on," I whispered. Behind me, Ben shouted. Evan had gotten up again. He was not finished, because desperate people do not know when the story is supposed to be over. He grabbed the work light off the floor. For 1 second, I thought he meant to hit Ben with it. Instead, he threw it toward the sleeping bag covering the cord and gasoline. The light landed short, skidding through the wet paint and stopping inches from the spill. The bulb casing cracked. The basement went darker, lit only by my phone on the floor, the glow from the watch, and gray rain through the window. But the light sparked when it cracked. A tiny sound, a dry tick. The edge of the purple sleeping bag began to smoke, not flame at first, just a blackening curl. Then a small orange tongue appeared along the synthetic seam. "No," Ben shouted. He kicked the sleeping bag away from the gasoline spill with his boot. That saved us from an instant flare. It did not save his leg. The burning fabric stuck to his jeans for half a second before he slapped it away. And his shout was different from every sound he had made so far. Raw, uncontrolled, the kind of pain the body does not dress up. "Ben, window," he roared. The second wing nut came loose. The grate fell outward into the mud. I shoved the window as wide as it would go. It opened maybe 18 inches. "Danielle first," I said. She was shaking too hard to argue. I boosted her with everything I had left. Bad knee collapsed under the weight, and I hit the laundry sink hip first, but I kept my shoulder under her thigh. She clawed at the outside ground. Rain hit her face through the opening. For a second, she stuck at the ribs and made a panicked, breathless sound. "Exhale," I said. "Exhale and push." She did. She slid through and fell outside with a wet thud, one out. Evan saw her escape and made a sound that was not rage exactly. It was failure. He turned toward me. Ben got between us again. Barely. He could hardly stand. One side of his jeans smoked. His face was streaked with blood, sweat, rain, and soot. But he stood. "Claire," he said, not looking away from Evan, "go." This time I listened, or tried to. I climbed onto the sink. My ribs made it almost impossible to pull myself up. My knee slipped against the cabinet. I got my arms through the window and felt Danielle grab my wrists from outside. "I've got you," she said, though she sounded like she barely had herself. She pulled. I pushed. Behind me, Evan hit Ben. I heard my brother fall. I twisted in the window frame, stuck at the hips, and looked back. Evan stepped over Ben and reached for my ankle. The smartwatch on my wrist buzzed violently. Heart rate, 168 BPM, nearby heart rate, 141 BPM, then the dispatcher's voice cut through, louder somehow. "Claire, responders are approaching from the west. Can you hear sirens?" I could, faint but real. Not rescue in the room. Not a sudden savior, but close enough to change the math. Evan heard them too. His hand closed around my ankle. I kicked, missed. He grabbed harder. Danielle pulled from outside. My hip jammed against the frame. Pain flashed up my side. I screamed and shoved backward with my free leg, catching Evan in the face with my heel. He let go. I slipped through the window and fell half on top of Danielle in the mud. Rain hit me so hard it felt like thrown gravel. For 2 seconds, I could not move. Then I rolled over and looked back through the basement window. Ben was still inside, on the floor. Evan was turning toward him. "No," I said. Danielle grabbed my arm. "You can't go back in. My brother S in there, you can't." But I already was. Not through the window. I couldn't. My body was spent, and the opening was too high from outside without someone boosting me. I crawled toward the basement side stairwell. Danielle cursed and came after me, half limping, half falling. We rounded the corner just as smoke pushed harder from the open basement door. At the bottom of the steps, Evan dragged Ben by the jacket toward the door. Not to save him, to use him. I understood that immediately. If Evan came out with Ben in front of him, he had leverage, a hostage, a shield, time. My phone lay somewhere inside the basement. The watch call was still live, crackling on my wrist. I grabbed the metal handrail. The duffel bag was still on the steps, tools spilled around it. The pry bar wrapped in duct tape lay near my foot. I picked it up. It was heavier than it looked. Evan saw me. "Back up," he said, one arm hooked under Ben's chin. Ben's eyes were open but unfocused. His burned leg dragged. His hand pawed weakly at Evan's sleeve. "Let him go," I said. "Back up." Danielle, behind me, picked up the detached metal grate from the basement window. Evan did not see her. I did. For once, my fear did something useful. It made me still. It made me look at his eyes, not his hands. It made me keep him focused on me. "You came here for her," I said. "Right, she reported you." He breathed hard. Smoke rolled around his legs. "She should have stayed quiet." "Then why my house?" He swallowed. "Empty house. Side door lock was garbage. Needed somewhere close. My house. Not chosen because of me. Chosen because it looked easy." That little fact would haunt me more than almost anything else. I tightened my grip on the pry bar. "You picked wrong," I said. Danielle swung the window grate into the back of his knees. Evan buckled. I swung the pry bar at his forearm. I did not aim for his head. I could not make myself. I hit bone or muscle or both, and his grip on Ben broke. Ben collapsed onto the steps. Evan pitched sideways into the retaining wall, shoulder first. The open basement door behind him breathed smoke. Ben coughed, rolled, and with the last coordinated movement I saw from him that night, kicked Evan's feet out from under him. Evan fell backward into the basement. Not far, not dramatically. He hit the concrete just inside the doorway, half in, half out. But his boot landed on the sparking extension cord. The cord snapped again. This time, the small flame on the edge of the sleeping bag found something it liked. A flash ran along the soaked fabric and caught the spilled paint thinner or gasoline vapors near the floor with a soft, terrifying whoomp. Not an explosion, a low flare. Orange light filled the basement for 1 second, flattening every shadow. Heat hit my face. Danielle screamed. I grabbed Ben under the arms and pulled. He was too heavy. My knee gave out completely. I fell on the steps with him half across my lap, smoke pouring over us. Evan shouting from inside, the fire licking low across the floor behind him. Then hands appeared at the top of the stairwell. Not police yet. Neighbors. Mr. Riley, 59, male, retired postal worker from next door in a raincoat over pajama pants, and his wife, Linda Riley, 56, female, a school secretary with a voice that could cut through a cafeteria, both drawn by my screaming, the fake dog alarm, and Ben's Subaru stranded down the block. They had a flashlight and a fire extinguisher. "Pull," Linda shouted. Mr. Riley grabbed Ben's jacket. Danielle grabbed my belt loop. Linda sprayed the extinguisher down the stairs in a white, choking cloud, not enough to put the basement out, but enough to beat the flames back from the doorway. We dragged Ben up. One step, then another. My vision tunneled. My ribs felt broken. My knee had stopped being pain and become a distant electrical warning. The watch kept yelling from my wrist. Fall detected. Emergency services connected. Heart rate high. Useless. Useful. Both. We got Ben onto the wet grass. Sirens came closer now, real and layered. Police, fire, ambulance, all threading through blocked streets and storm damage toward us. Evan tried to crawl out of the basement door. For half a second, I thought he might make it. Then the basement smoke surged blacker behind him, and he dropped flat, coughing. He reached toward the steps with his good hand. No one moved toward him. Linda kept the extinguisher trained on the doorway until it coughed empty. Mr. Riley pulled me farther back by the shoulders. Danielle sat in the mud with both hands pressed over her ears. Ben lay on his side, coughing and making a low sound every time his burned leg touched the grass. Firefighters reached the yard first. They came through the driveway gate and over the wet lawn with masks, axes, and practiced voices. One of them pulled me back when I tried to point and explain. Another went straight down toward the basement with a hose line. Police lights strobed through the rain at the front of the house, red and blue reflecting off the wet siding, the broken window, the ceramic pumpkin still grinning on the porch. The conflict ended there, if ending means the moment when the thing chasing you can no longer reach you. Evan Cole was dragged out of my basement alive, but unconscious from smoke inhalation, wrists zip-tied by police once medics cleared him enough to move. Danielle was wrapped in a blanket and given oxygen. Ben was loaded onto a stretcher with a concussion, cracked ribs, and second-degree burns on his calf. I sat in the mud until a paramedic asked me my name 3 times, and I finally remembered it. My watch still glowed against my wrist. Heart rate, 132 BPM below it. After everything, one last line. Nearby heart rate, 0 BPM for one awful second. I thought it meant Ben. Then I realized my wrist was angled toward the open basement door, toward the smoke, toward the place where the sensors had been guessing at bodies all night through walls, motion, panic, and rain. A machine trying to understand human disaster. A machine that had been wrong in almost every detail and right just enough to ruin me. I looked at Ben on the stretcher as they lifted him into the ambulance. His eyes opened once, unfocused, then found me. "Alive," he rasped. I tried to answer. Nothing came out. So I lifted my shaking hand and showed him the watch. He gave the smallest nod. Then the ambulance doors closed, and the rain kept falling on my house like it had no idea what had happened inside. By the time they put me in the ambulance, I had stopped shaking in the dramatic way and started shaking in the irritating way. Small tremors, teeth tapping, fingers refusing to close around the thermal blanket. A paramedic kept asking me to squeeze her hand and follow her penlight, and every time I did it correctly, she looked somehow less relieved. Her name was Laura Mitchell, 44, female, a Madison Fire Department paramedic with gray threaded through her ponytail, and a voice that had clearly talked hundreds of frightened people down from ledges, wrecked cars, bathroom floors, and whatever my life had become. She wrapped a blood pressure cuff around my arm and said, "You're doing good, Claire." I remember thinking that was a generous interpretation. My house stood behind her with its windows dark and its siding striped by red and blue light. The basement doorway coughed smoke into the rain, while firefighters moved in and out with hoses and fans. They looked too calm to be real. One of them carried my purple sleeping bag out with tongs, blackened and dripping, like evidence from a place I had only rented and somehow still felt responsible for. Ben was in the other ambulance. I kept asking about him. Laura answered every time, even when I asked twice in 1 minute. "Your brother is conscious. He's talking. They're taking him to UW. Head injury, burns, possible rib fractures. But he's talking. Talking like normal talking." She glanced toward the ambulance where Ben had disappeared. He asked if someone could make sure his daughter's soccer bag gets home. That was Ben. Bleeding from the head, leg burned, still worried about shin guards. Danielle Park sat on the open tailgate of a fire SUV with an oxygen mask over her face and a blanket around her shoulders. She looked very small under all that emergency lighting, and not because she was small, because shock does that. It makes adults look borrowed from childhood. When our eyes met, she lifted 2 fingers. I lifted 2 back. Neither of us smiled. Officer Marcus Ellison, 36 male, a Madison police officer with rain dripping from the brim of his cap, came over once the paramedic finished cleaning mud out of the scrape along my ribs. He crouched beside the ambulance so I would not have to crane my neck. "I know this is not ideal timing," he said, "but I need the basics while they're fresh. We can take a full statement later." His notebook was damp around the edges. His pen had trouble starting. I told him the basics. The watch, the porch camera, the basement sound, the man in the hallway, the window, Ben, the duffel bag, Danielle. Somewhere around the part where I hit Evan Cole with the paint can, my voice stopped sounding like mine. It went flat and procedural, the same tone I used at work when reading injury reports. Event occurred. Subject entered. Subject fled. Subject sustained. I hated that voice, but it got me through the sentences. Officer Ellison did not interrupt much. When I finished, he said, "You did the right thing getting out." I went back in. "You got out first. Then I went back in." He capped his pen. People do a lot of things when someone they love is still inside. That was not forgiveness exactly, but it was something close enough that I held on to it until the hospital. At UW Hospital, everything became bright and tiled and too clean. They separated us. That was the first thing I hated. Ben went to imaging. Danielle went to an exam room with a female detective and a nurse advocate. I went to a bay with a curtain that never fully closed and a monitor that kept beeping as if it had opinions about me. My injuries were boring, which felt insulting after the size of the fear that had caused them. A sprained right knee with deep bruising, 2 cracked ribs, a torn nail on my thumb, smoke irritation, scrapes on my palms and hip, no broken skull, no dramatic internal bleeding, no wound that looked like the story felt. A doctor named Priya Shah, 39, female, an emergency physician with tired eyes and purple clogs, pressed gently along my ribs and told me I would be sore for weeks. "I'm sore now," I said. "That is also expected." "Great." She looked at the smartwatch still strapped to my wrist. Its screen was smudged with soot and mud. That thing called emergency services. Eventually. Eventually is better than never. I looked down at it. The battery was at 9%. It had tracked the entire night as a workout. Indoor walk, outdoor walk, high heart rate, fall detected, emergency SOS. Something like 3,800 steps, which was absurd because most of them had not been mine in any meaningful way. The app had already sorted the data into neat little categories, like trauma could be graphed if your wrist stayed charged. I took it off. The pale skin beneath the band looked soft and dented. I handed it to Dr. Shah without thinking. She blinked. "Do you want me to clean it?" "No," I said. "I just don't want it touching me." She set it on the tray beside the gauze. Later, Ben made me put it back on so he could send me a message from 2 rooms away, alive. I stared at the text for a long time. Then I typed, annoyed, alive. His reply came 3 minutes later. Good enough. The legal part unfolded in pieces, because real consequences do not arrive in one satisfying explanation. Evan Cole survived. Smoke inhalation, broken wrist, facial fractures, burns on one hand. He was discharged from the hospital into police custody 2 days later. Detective Hannah Sloan, 42, female, a Madison police detective with a blunt brown bob and a way of asking questions that made silence feel useful, came to see me the next morning. She brought coffee she had clearly purchased from a vending machine and apologized for it as if the coffee were another crime. She told me Evan had worked maintenance contracts for 3 apartment buildings near mine, including Danielle's. He had access to spare keys, unit codes, package rooms, utility closets. Danielle had noticed missing medication shipments at her building and had photographed him using an access card that did not belong to him. She reported it to the property manager. The manager, according to Detective Sloan, handled it poorly, which I understood to mean warned the wrong person before calling the police. Evan grabbed Danielle in the service corridor behind her building during the storm, when the power had already flickered twice, and most residents were inside. He used my basement side door because it was sheltered, poorly lit, and yes, easy to force. "He probably did not know you were home at first," Detective Sloan said. "At first." She stirred the awful coffee, though she had not added anything to it. "Your laptop was on, kitchen lights, food out. Once he realized he should have left, he didn't, because Danielle could identify him. Yes, and my house was just convenient." Detective Sloan looked at me carefully. "That appears to be the case." I appreciated that she did not try to make it softer. The fire investigator later explained the basement's setup in language that sounded both technical and stupid. Evan had tried to destroy evidence: Danielle's phone, access cards, stolen packages, documents, maybe clothing. He had used a portable battery pack, a timer, a cheap space heater, extension cords, tape, and accelerant in a way that suggested he wanted delayed ignition, but did not fully understand electrical load, fumes, or damp concrete. In other words, he almost burned down my house because he was both dangerous and incompetent. The nearby heartbeat feature was harder to explain because, officially, it did not exist. I called the smartwatch company from my mother's couch 3 days later, after I was discharged, and Ben was home with bandages and a prescription that made him text like a philosopher trapped in a grocery list. The support representative was kind and completely unhelpful. There is no consumer-facing feature labeled nearby heart rate, she said. I saw it. I'm not disputing what you saw. It may have been a notification rendering error. A what? A rendering error. Sometimes text from diagnostic functions or third-party app overlays may display incorrectly under unusual sensor conditions. Unusual sensor conditions, like someone being in my basement. She paused. I can't speak to that. The police took screenshots from my phone, logs from the doorbell camera, and the watch data export. The nearby heart rate alerts were not listed in the normal notification history, but the device logs showed repeated sensor anomalies, high motion artifacts, emergency triggers, and Bluetooth interference during the same time period. Detective Sloan summarized it with a tired little shrug. The watch didn't solve the case, she said, but it made you pay attention. That was probably the truest explanation I ever got. The house was unlivable for 6 weeks. Smoke damage. Fire damage limited mostly to the basement floor and storage area. Broken basement door. Broken bedroom window. Mud in the side yard. Fingerprint powder on door frames. A wedge of yellow police tape stuck to the back gate long after the scene was released, fluttering every time the wind came through. I stayed first with Ben and his family, then with our mother in Janesville, when Ben's wife gently said, "We love you, but you and Ben keep checking the locks at the same time and scaring the children." Ben recovered slowly and badly, which is to say he pretended to recover quickly and got caught. His wife, Melissa Hensley, 37, female, a pediatric occupational therapist who could identify nonsense from 3 rooms away, found him trying to carry laundry downstairs on crutches and made him sit on the couch under a blanket while their daughter Mia lectured him about bone rest. The burn on his calf required dressing changes. His ribs made him wince when he laughed, which was often because people kept bringing casseroles, and Ben found grief food logistics hilarious. The concussion made him sensitive to light. For 2 weeks, he wore sunglasses indoors and looked like a suburban witness protection agent. Danielle and I exchanged numbers through Detective Sloan after both of us agreed it was okay. Our first texts were practical. How is your wrist? How is your knee? Do you remember if my phone was in the basement? Did police give you back your watch? Then, eventually, less practical. She told me she had moved back to St. Paul temporarily. I told her I still smelled smoke in clean laundry that had never been in the house. She told me she woke up with her wrist pressed under her pillow because her body kept checking if it was taped. I told her I could not stand in a hallway without looking at the floor gap beneath every closed door. Neither of us tried to make the other feel better. That helped. Evan pled not guilty at first. Then, after the doorbell audio, utility knife, tape residue, access card records, and Danielle's statement lined up too cleanly to argue with, his attorney changed strategy. I did not attend every hearing. I went to one. He looked smaller in court. That made me angry. I wanted him to look like he had looked in my bedroom doorway, filling the frame, saying my name. Instead, he sat in County Orange with his injured wrist in a brace, eyes down, while lawyers discussed counts and enhancements and phrases like reckless endangerment and unlawful imprisonment and attempted arson. The judge ordered no contact, as if I had been worried Evan might text. But legal language has its own rituals. It draws lines after the damage, then asks everyone to respect them. When I finally went back to the house, it was early December. Snow had replaced rain. Not pretty snow. Madison snow after traffic. Gray at the curb, crusted along lawns, hiding leaves that nobody had raked before the freeze. The siding had been cleaned, the basement door replaced, the bedroom window fixed, new locks, new sensors, a hardwired security system Ben insisted on researching from his couch while high on pain meds, and then claimed not to remember ordering. Officer Ellison came by once when I was there with the contractor, just to return a copy of something I had signed. He stood on the porch and looked at the new doorbell camera. "You keeping the dog bark?" he asked. I almost smiled. Absolutely. Inside, the house looked nearly normal. That was the worst part. The kitchen counter had been cleaned. The onion was gone. The mug I had been rinsing that night had been washed by someone else and placed in the cabinet. My laptop had survived, though it smelled faintly metallic when it heated up. The living room rug had a new corner stain from all the tracked in water. My bedroom had a new window latch that opened smoothly with one finger. The basement was different. Concrete patched, shelves replaced, water heater inspected, no purple sleeping bag, no old paint cans, no Christmas lights spilled across the floor. The window grate was new and attached with proper screws instead of rusted wing nuts. I stood at the top of the basement stairs for a long time before going down. Ben stood behind me with one crutch under his arm. "You don't have to," he said. "I know. We can sell everything down there and pretend basements are illegal. That might be extreme. I am open to lobbying," I laughed, but it came out thin. Then I went down one step, then another. At the bottom, I stood where the work light had been. The concrete smelled like bleach, sealant, and cold dust. No smoke, no gasoline, no wet nylon, just basement. Ben did not follow until I said, "Okay." He came down slowly, trying not to show how much his leg hurt. We stood there together, looking at a repaired room that still held the outline of what had happened in it. "I'm sorry," I said. He frowned. "For what? For calling you? For you getting hurt? That is a very dumb sentence, Ben," He shifted his weight on the crutch. "You did not put that man in your house. You did not tie Danielle up. You did not damage the cord or spill the gas or block the road with a tree. I didn't call 911 right away." "No," he said. "You called me." "That's not better. It was for me." I looked away because if I looked at him too long, I was going to cry, and I was tired of being damp in one way or another. When I moved back in, I lasted one night. Then I packed a bag and drove to Ben's. Nobody made a big deal out of it. The second time, I lasted 3 nights. The third time, a full week. Ordinary life returned in insulting little pieces. I bought groceries. I answered work emails. I argued with my insurance adjuster about smoke-damaged furniture. I replaced my dish towels. I learned which floorboards creaked and which sounds were the furnace. I still checked the basement door every night, but after a while, I only checked it twice. The smartwatch went into a drawer for almost a month. Then I put it back on. Not because I trusted it, because I trusted myself more with the reminder than without it. It was scratched along the edge where I had hit concrete. The band never sat quite right after the mud and smoke, so I bought a new one. Tighter. No more nearby heartbeat alerts ever appeared. Sometimes I wished one would, just once in daylight, in a grocery store or at Ben's kitchen table, so I could prove the wording had been real. So I could hold up my wrist and say, "See, that was what I saw." But trauma is full of things you cannot reproduce for witnesses. One night in January, I was making tea in the kitchen. Snow clicked softly against the window. The porch light glowed. The house was locked, alarmed, repaired, and mine in the tentative way a place becomes yours again after it has scared you. My watch buzzed. I looked down before I could stop myself. Time to stand. I actually said, "Go to hell," out loud. Then I laughed. Not a big laugh, not healing music, just one tired breath that sounded almost normal. The kettle clicked off. From the basement, the furnace started with its familiar dusty cough. I stood very still. I counted 3 breaths. Then I walked to the basement door and put my hand on the knob. Not opened it, not yet, just held it. The metal was cool, ordinary, solid. Behind me, my phone lit up on the counter. A notification from the doorbell camera. Motion detected at front door. I turned. On the live feed, the porch was empty except for snow drifting through the cone of light. The ceramic pumpkin was gone, packed away after Halloween. In its place sat a cardboard package with my name on the label, left close to the door where the camera could see it. No person, no breathing, no shadow leaning near the microphone, just a package in the snow. I watched for a full minute anyway, then another. When I finally opened the front door, cold air rushed in carrying the clean mineral smell of winter. The box was from Ben. Inside was a new dish towel, purple, with white letters across it. Alive. I stood there on the porch in my socks, holding it against my chest, laughing and crying quietly enough that the neighbors would not hear. And just before I went back inside, my watch screen lit against my wrist. For half a second, I thought it was the stand reminder again. It was. No alert, no text, just the heart app opening on its own, graphing my pulse in a smooth red line. Mine only. At least, that was all it showed. I closed the door, locked it, Then I checked the basement door once before bed. Only once. Almost ordinary. Almost. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going.